on a work session. We do have a special guest with us that we'll introduce in just a minute, our County Health Officer, John Felton. In advance, I'll offer some apologies. I don't have my regular computer, so I will be getting that in about 20 minutes or a half an hour, and so you may notice some diversion on my end. Our Deputy Mayor, Mike Yakowicz. Mike, if I go off into cyberspace, would you take over seamlessly and you can run the meeting, okay?
Yes, Your Honor, seamlessly.
Okay. And as I mentioned earlier, I can't see all the council members at this point on my phone. So if you do want to be recognized, please don't be bashful about just speaking out, and we'll recognize you. A little heads up for any members of the public who might be watching tonight. We have 3 items on our regular agenda, and there'll be public comment after each one. We are going to have a new item up front, a COVID update from our County Health Officer, John Felton, in just a minute. But after each one of these items, you'll have an opportunity to call in and comment if you'd like to. That phone number is 237-6196. If you'd like to write that down in advance, you'll have it. Again, the number 237-6196. Don't call now, but after the end of each of those items, or toward the end, you'll have an opportunity to comment. And also at the very end, you'll have an opportunity to comment on anything that is not on our agenda tonight. Chris Kukulski, our city administrator, we had a conversation earlier that because of the length of our agenda tonight, Parks and Recreation Quarterly Update, item number 3, would probably be postponed to a later time. Chris, is that still the plan?
That is the request. When we added the pandemic, missing that earlier, the agenda would be better 2 weeks from today. So I know the report's out, you've gotten it, we've gotten some questions, but we'll, rather than keep us going even later into the evening tonight, we'll punt that till the next work session, unless that's unacceptable to the council.
Okay, I assume that is okay with the rest of the council. We don't require a formal vote at a work session on that. Speak up if anybody has an objection to that. Hearing none, then item number 3 will be delayed to a later night, and we'll get started now with our COVID update. County Health Officer John Felton is with us. He does have to get away to School District 2 to give them an update, the trustees. So John, I'm going to turn it over to you. I did send John an email asking if he could focus some of his comments on 2 or 3 things, including what role the city can play to help bring down these current very high numbers of COVID-19 infection. 1, 2, contact tracing is a big part of this mystery. And is there anything the city can do to improve our contact tracing speed and finding contact tracers? And then also enforcement. That's always an important issue. And then also, we've had some discussion informally about whether the council should get together and have some sort of a special work session addressed just to COVID-19. Maybe we can also tap John's input on that. So John Felton, it is all yours. And again, thank you for your service and for your staff, who we know continue to work very hard to keep us all healthy and safe. John?
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. I'm going to share with you some data. I'll give you sort of I won't bury the lead. We have a lot of cases, and I think everyone knows that. That's not a big surprise to anybody. We continue to see very high numbers that are really just digging a hole for us trying to keep up. We've got record high levels of hospitalization. Today, a number of, it sort of comes and goes during the day, but we're right around 120, just under 120 inpatients in our 2 hospitals. That they're kind of half and half, as I've told you before, between Yellowstone County residents and patients from the region. But that is something that we have taken on as a regional tertiary medical center. So I'm going to share my screen and run through some data real quick. Do you see? Can you tell me if you see that
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is one of our newer measures. It's just a pure case count. This runs on a Sunday through Saturday week, which is, as I told you before, the week that we work on. The blue segment goes up until 452 cases, which is 40 per 100,000 per day. The yellow is up to 50 per 100,000 per day, and as you can see, we have blown right through that. The last week, the 762 cases is right around 67 per 100,000 per day. Montana right now is the third highest rate per 100,000 in the nation. We're behind North Dakota and South Dakota. Yellowstone County is the last week, according to COVID Act Now, is the 14th highest metro area in the country for cases per 100,000. So we have a lot of cases. I'm going to share with you now some charts that I keep. Does everyone see that chart? Can someone tell me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to convert it to a full screen. Do you see that okay?
Yes, but we are still seeing your other slides on the left.
Oh, so it didn't move. Okay. I'll just use this one then. So this is Montana's new cases per day. These are raw numbers of cases. You can see the scale keeps moving. Here's the 200 line. We blew past that, and now we're up in the more than 700 cases per day. And this orange line is cases per 100,000 or cases per day over a 7-day average, which evens out some of the ups and downs. But you can see we have taken off for about almost a 4-week period. We were pretty much in this high rate of increase, and then the last week or so, the last 2 weeks, we've kind of leveled out. If we look at Yellowstone County, it looks kind of the same, not quite as steep, but still, obviously, we've jumped up to as many as 160 cases in a day. When we look at the percent of cases that Yellowstone County comprises of Montana, you can see that right now we're down to about 18% of cases on a 7-day average. And I put this in here, and I always want to make sure we understand my point in this. This is not to say that we should not be concerned about the number of cases in Yellowstone County. 67 per 100,000 per day is absolutely unsustainable. What this does show, though, is the fact that early on, when the increases were happening, they were very largely Yellowstone County. We were back at 40% of the cases statewide were ours. Now we're getting closer to our proportionate share of population, which indicates really, it doesn't say great things about us. What it says is the entire state is really on fire for new cases. And this shows that a little more graphically. So the orange line is the Yellowstone County 7-day average of cases, new cases. The blue line is the Montana 7-day average. So you can see we've increased as well as the state, but we're seeing just cases everywhere. And then this gray line is our proportionate share of those cases. So you can really see that we are increasing, the whole state is increasing, really the whole region is increasing. This is cases per 100,000. Again, the blue is the daily number, and the orange is the 7-day average. You can kind of go right around here is 25. That's where we have actually established our red line for school purposes. But we are up now, as I said, to this last week, 67 per 100,000.
John, are all these graphs on the Riverstone website?
Yeah, they basically are. The reason I didn't show the ones, they're in a different format. They're nicer, but we only update that on Tuesdays. So this gives you more current data, but all the same information is there.
Thank you.
And this really graphically shows what we've done in terms of cases, new cases per 100,000, using less than 10 as a green status, 10 to 25 as yellow status, and above 25 as red status. And we went from 31 to 32, again for 100,000, to 36, to 61, to 67. So clearly a lot of cases. This looks at from an overall proportion of all cases, all those that are equal to or under 19 years old. That really gets at our school population. So this goes back to the time when schools opened, and you can see we're a little over 10% then, and now we're up a shade over 12%. So we have gotten more cases since schools opened, but really it's been a very modest increase. I know there's a lot of thought that schools are driving our increase, but as you can see on this next chart, this is that using just the pure weekly number. Those that are less than or equal to 19 years old. So we were at about 9% back here when school started. We've gone as high as just under 18%. And then we've just sort of bounced around in that 12 to 15-ish range. So what we're not seeing, there's more cases in general, and there's more cases, therefore, of those younger folks, but we're not seeing that younger group really driving the increase. And then the last one, and this one is not updated for the last week because we get this information from the state on Tuesdays. This is our test positivity rate. Under 5% is green, 5 to 10 is yellow, and greater than 10 is red status. You see, we've kind of flirted around with the red status. Last week, we jumped up to almost 15%. I get asked a lot what my crystal ball would say, and I really don't like to do much, but I would be pretty confident that we're going to be up here again this week. So really the overall situation is we have a lot of cases. The only way we can really slow it down is through less contact, less congregation, people reducing the number of people they're having close contact with, wearing their mask, keeping their distance. And that was the reason behind the order to decrease maximum group size to 25. Some of the questions that the mayor had asked is about, again, what role the city can play. I know that there's some money that the city has committed. I think if we're talking about a large media campaign, first of all, timing is a real issue. And it would certainly take quite a bit more than that to do a very extensive media campaign, especially during political season when, quite frankly, a lot of media is getting lost in the political ads. I do think, and I've told you this before, and I think this is really important, it's really critical for leaders of our elected leaders, our healthcare leaders, our business leaders, our faith community leaders, to really demonstrate commitment to the measures that it takes to slow down the spread of this disease. The masking, the distancing, making good decisions about how many people we interact with closely. Another question the mayor raised was, what about contact tracing? I will tell you that we continue to fall further behind. We're changing our process to get information out more quickly, so at least we can get people in isolation. It's not a money issue. We just received $470,000 from the governor to support COVID-19 efforts. We have been fronting the money necessary to make this happen. The issue is it's just a pure number of bodies. According to the CDC, given our current rate, we should have 90 FTEs of contact tracing. We have somewhere north of 50 people. We continue to hire and onboard people. We got 5 from the library who've been great, so thank you very much to the city for sharing those people with us. We have somewhere, I'm not sure exactly even what the number is today, 25 to 30 FTEs doing case investigation and contact tracing. But the challenge is when you get 100 or 120 or 140 cases in a day, that hole just gets a little deeper every day. So that's why we're really looking at how we do that. Enforcement, the governor did come out and say that he had some resources to help with a different approach to enforcement, using more civil procedures. And I just for clarity, I say that not as being kind to people, but civil as opposed to criminal. We're always civil, but looking at alternate processes that can be used other than the criminal statutes. We're working with the county attorney on that, the governor's legal advisor, the governor's office. And so we're actually making good progress on a process to do that. We hope to be able to share that over the course of this week. But but as County Attorney Twido said, the devil's in the details. We've got to make sure that we get those straight before we go out and start talking about what we're going to do. As to whether the city should have a special planning meeting, I think probably the best thing to do is wait until we see what we can do with this enforcement piece. I'm concerned that if we don't get the message out clearly that people as individuals need to do what they, take these simple measures, this will continue to spin out of control. And again, not just in Yellowstone County, not just in Montana, but really, the US is now reporting more cases per day than is reported since July. Europe, which had really tamped down their cases, are now seeing massive surges. I think the reality is people are getting really tired of this. People want to go back to doing what they used to do. And there's clearly significant risk of the spread of disease with that. We all want to get back to that, but the more we do that, the more disease we have, and the more people we put at risk, and the more people end up in our hospitals statewide. So with that, I'll stop and answer questions before I have to go to the school board.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Very helpful. Questions from council. And here again, I don't have the ability to see everybody yet, so go ahead and just shout out. Do we have questions for John?
Mayor, this is Councilman Neese. I have a question for John regarding the resources. We've heard some issues with, as far, not issues, but how Billings Clinic is handling where they're doubling up some patients. What are we hearing from St. Vincent and also Riverstone Health as far as the capacity and how it's impacting the standard medical health needs of the community as far as other operations and things needed?
I think, in terms of hospital specifics, I'm not really in the hospital operations area. We obviously don't run a hospital. We do know what we really get is those numbers of patients. So I would encourage you to communicate directly with our hospital leadership. I think, it's important that if people need hospital care, that they go to the hospital. I don't know in great detail, but I do know both hospitals have significant surge plans. They're executing those plans. But in terms of sort of more those detailed numbers, that you really need to ask the hospitals, because I just don't have that information.
Okay, let me rephrase the question then. What is the capacity, as I'm assuming as the county health officer handling this COVID, you would know what the capacity of our ICUs and beds are that can be used to handle the patient care. What is the capacity and what percentage of it is full at this time? So
I do know that Billings Clinic has talked about that they've doubled up some ICU rooms. Capacity, it really depends on the surge plans. They have capacity, St. Vincent has added 6 additional intensive care unit rooms. They surge into their post anesthesia. There's some of their step down units. That number is really not quite as simple as it seems. I believe there's actually 48 official ICU beds. I think that's close to the right number. But again, with surging, you can move other beds into ICUs or ICU's capacity. So it really is not quite as simple as the raw number of beds, because that's the way the surge plans work, is to convert capacity to meet need.
And Mayor, I'll call on Pam Purrington to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. John, thanks again for your update. So whenever you say that people are getting tired of it, I have heard that comment many times, but yet also I think they see the differencing of opinions. They do their own research, whether it's internet or however they read, whatever they read. So I think that's part of it. And then I was in a department store this past few days ago, and they have a big, huge racks for masks. And it says on there specifically, non-medical. They're made out of cottonette, from what I could see. And those are probably the worst fabric that you can use for this virus. So I think that they just see the different discrepancy and what's going on, what's being said, how the businesses are doing it. You know, you go into a department store, retail, and some of the workers have their mask under their nose. Some people have it over their nose and the mouth is showing. So enforcement could be a big element, but I think it's just teaching people, you know, what's really out there. They want to know the truth. And I think that's what they feel is lacking, is truth. So I don't know how you address those things. And as I've asked in the past, what sort of percentages do you see of spiky cases from the jails, the senior living, the schools, different gatherings, the bars, casinos, restaurants? And I think you had said last week that only 30% have been able to be contacted through the contact tracing. So that just seems like a real low number to be able to put percentages. But is there any way that you can put percentages on it?
So we're able to contact about 70% of people who are cases. And there are others, you know, they don't return a call, or we don't have a good phone number, or that sort of thing. There are certain science pieces that are incontrovertible. Now the problem is that people, there's a huge amount of confirmation bias going on. If I want to believe that masks don't help, I can find something that will tell me that masks don't help. But here's what's incontrovertible: masks help. They don't prevent all cases. There was a very comprehensive meta-analysis that was published in The Lancet that said that wearing masks, reliably and consistently wearing masks, reduces transmission by more than 80%. Now, if that doesn't comport with people's preconceived notions, they simply find something that says they don't help. There's no doubt that maintaining distance reduces the risk of spread. There's no doubt that engaging in activities that create greater expression of droplets, singing, yelling, close contact, increases the spread. What we find is that about half of our cases, there is a clear likely source of infection. That means that someone in their household is positive and they become positive. They have a coworker who is positive and they were close contact and became positive. That leaves the other half to figure out where they have been in that period where they could have become infected. And what we're seeing is it's a lot of those are related, you know, again, it's where they've gone, but it's informal gatherings, family events, barbecues, things like that. It's weddings, it's funerals, you know, where people come together and they tend to let their guard down, is what happens. You can't, in a disease that's spread like this, you can't say with absolute certainty where every case comes from. Sure. And I know people want that, but it's just not possible because of the way the disease is spread. Things that are spread by, as I've used this example before, a needle stick is pretty clear how that disease got spread, but that's really not the case here. What we do know is when people congregate, the disease spreads. When people don't maintain distance, the disease spreads. When we reliably and consistently wear masks, we reduce the risk of that. I know, you know, one of the common arguments is the governor put a masking order in place July 17th or July 15th, and now we have this big increase. So clearly masks don't work. I don't think that's what it says at all. I think it's exactly what you mentioned when you see, first of all, people who don't mask, people who don't cover their mouth and nose. There's a lot of beards that are being kept very safe while mouths and noses are uncovered. And I think that's the fatigue part. People have gotten tired of doing these things and they want their lives back. And when we do that, we create more risk.
Thank you. Other questions? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. This is really fast, John. And thank you so much for all this information. Like you, I'm getting tons of questions about the schools, and so this information was really helpful. What is the metric that would trigger schools closing again? Would you just briefly talk about that so that when parents reach out to us, we know what to tell them? Thanks.
So the governor made very clear that the decision for school districts belongs to the local district, both for activities and academics. The Unified Health Command's medical technical team has 4 measures that we share every week with the school superintendents, and I talk to them. One is the new cases per 100,000 per day. The second is the test positivity rate. Those are both very quantitative measures. There's 2 qualitative measures. One is how is the combined public health and health system capacity holding up? Right now, the health system capacity is holding up better than the capacity of public health. And the other is what are we seeing in terms of the age and mix of cases, both those under 19 and under, as well as are we seeing significant outbreaks in schools? And if you look at the state map or the state school guide, you'll see that we have cases in schools, but mostly those are 1 or 2. I think the other reason I'd say is why it's so important that this remain local is, and this is an example, so please don't take this to say this is happening. But let's imagine that we had a large outbreak in Elder Grove. We do not have a large outbreak in Elder Grove. I want to be really clear about that. But let's imagine we did. If there was, does that mean we should close all the schools in the entire county? And the answer is probably no. So that's why that local control by school districts and superintendents is so important. I share that information with them on a weekly basis and with the athletic and activities directors every other week.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewald and Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. John, could you go back to your slide number 4, please?
That one?
No, maybe it's the one that shows the state. Keep going, right, yeah, number 4 there. One more down. One more down. That one.
Okay.
Okay, it started taking off about, what, September 10th?
Mid-September, yeah.
Yeah, so when did schools open?
End of
August.
August, yep.
Yeah, so, and all of a sudden the state's just going wild. Do you think there's a little correlation there?
There's a correlation. I don't know that we have a causation.
Do you know of anything else that happened at that time that would continue to keep pushing it up?
So yeah, I don't know what's happened statewide in terms of what activities are going on. Colleges came back in session. Again, we haven't seen a significant number of cases in our community, but in terms of what's driving this, I don't know. There's when you look at the places where there's larger numbers of cases, Flathead County, Cascade, some of those had issues related to there was a prison in Shelby and the jail in Cascade. So I think there's a lot of factors. I do think when we look at Yellowstone County, what we haven't seen is a huge number of increase in school age people. And I think, we always have to be careful with correlation and causation. So yeah, there's a correlation to school, but I can't say definitively that's the cause of this large spike in the state number.
Now your school numbers below 19 haven't gone up that much, but those students go home and pass it on to mom and dad and grandma and grandpa and Uncle Joe and Aunt Susie. And that's could be a good cause of why it's happening.
It could, yeah. We don't know. I can't say that I know that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you.
And then just a reminder, we should let John go when he needs to. Councilmember?
Yeah. John, could you repeat where people can go get tested? Where Riverstone Public Health is doing testing, and because I know it's at a different location from the Shrine, it's changed. So if you could repeat that for people, and then also remind us who can get tested.
Okay. So we moved our testing site from the Shrine parking lot to 2179 Overland Avenue. That is, it's a 3-bay drive-through garage, so that our staff and the people coming to be tested can be inside. In terms of who can be tested, we're still focusing on people who are symptomatic, as well as known contacts of people who are known cases. That's part of the reason that you'll see a bit of a higher positivity rate is we're not doing really broad spectrum community testing. We're sort of carving out the higher likelihood cases are the ones that are getting tested. And I think there might have been another part of your question, was there?
Nope, nope, those were the 2 issues. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We want you to leave. No, we don't want you to leave. We want you to be able to leave as soon as you would like. But would you also remind us and the public who's watching how people who would like to apply to be contact tracers can do so, what kind of qualifications they need or do not need, and anything else, since that is such a clear need in our community?
Okay, thank you. Then I should probably go. So you can go to the Riverstone Health website, and it's pretty easy to find where you can apply for a position, select those contact tracer positions. It's an electronic application. We're bringing people on very frequently. We need to get them in, get them trained, make sure they understand the process. To be a case investigator, we prefer that someone has some background in healthcare. You don't need to be a nurse or a physician, but some background in healthcare, because that's a bit of an art to how you ask those questions. Contact tracers, you don't need to be a medical person or have a background in healthcare. We need people who ideally could work more hours. We have an awful lot of part-time people, so we're always looking for people who could work full-time for us doing this work.
Thank you, John. And my understanding is most of those people are working from home, in case that's a concern for anyone. Is that correct?
It is. Yep. Most of them are from home. We set up electronic systems for how they get the case assigned and how they follow up on it.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. And send our regards to the School District 2 trustees.
All right. Thank you all.
And if we can be of any assistance, please let us know on all these issues.
Thank you.
Let's open up for public comment then on item 1, our COVID-19 update. The phone number for the public to call is again 237-6196. If anybody would like to call, please do so as soon as possible, 237-6196. There is a delay between our actual meeting and what you are hearing on the television or on your computer, about a minute. And so it's important that you turn off your television or your computer, or you'll be very confused. We'll ask you to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and ask you for your name and your address. That number again, 237-6196. Our city clerk, Denise Boldman, will wave her hands frantically or jump up and down or something if somebody calls. She's not doing that. So
No.
Denise, are we safe in assuming no one has called?
No one has called. Thank you.
Okay. Close the public comment period then on item number 1 and move on to item number 2 on our agenda, which if you're looking at a printed agenda is item number 1, our 2021 legislative session update and prep. And I'm going to turn it over to City Administrator Chris Kukulski to introduce our helpers at the Crowley Fleck firm and anything else he wants to say. Chris Kukulski?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So I find you always feel like you're behind, and to some degree we are behind in our preparation for the next session. And yet I want you to understand, 2 years ago we're not looking to adopt the actual work plan tonight. It's a work session. We did adopt it last time in early December. So to that extent, I think our timing is just right relative to we will have an election obviously here in November. Nobody could miss that if you watch television at all. And immediately thereafter, we can begin to have dialogue or more robust dialogue with in preparation of the 2021 session. So the packet material I gave you included a few different highlights. What was adopted back in 2019. That doesn't mean that's what we'll adopt now, but that gives you a sense of what was there. And as you can see, it's pretty high level, and that's deliberate, as we don't know exactly what we're going to face going into the session. But I've got Amy Gramales and Greg Dorrington. They are our lobbyists who work as a team with you, our city staff. Always emphasize elected officials. Talking with state elected officials can have some of the most effective conversations and communication. So Greg and Amy are going to give us some summarization of what went on between the sessions, because we have had, we've been working together between the sessions. You just don't work for the 120 days that they're in session. So first, I'd like to have Greg or Amy, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure who's going to kind of kick things off, but we're going to cover what went on in the interim session or between the sessions, and then give their perspective on what we can anticipate we're walking into. And then we would love to have a little bit of dialogue as we prepare for ultimately coming back to you sometime in the next 60 days with an agenda to be adopted. So with that, Greg, it looks like are you the one kind of kicking us off here?
Hey, Greg, it looks like it, but before you do, I'm just going to remind the council what the end goal here is. You'll see on page 2 of your staff report the priorities from the last legislature. There's 6 different items. I would anticipate that we will need to have a discussion after the presentation by Greg and Amy about those 6 and any additional items. And they don't have to be finalized tonight, but that is what this conversation will turn into, is a list, trying to create that kind of a list. And we'll probably start with the 2019 priorities. So just keep that in mind as we hear from Greg and Amy. So back to Greg.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and visit with you all. And thanks, Mr. Kukulski, for the introduction. We really enjoy working for the city of Billings. So I just want to say that we are very thankful for everything and appreciate the opportunity to represent your interests in the city of Helena. We've got a great working relationship with
Billings.
What's that?
I'm sorry, the city's interest in Helena. I'm afraid the city's interest of Helena. So
sorry. No. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I confused anybody. We're representing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the city of Billings' interest in Helena. So we're your boots on the ground here during the legislative session and in between. So, and we're thankful for the opportunity to do that, and glad we get to do that for you. So I see there's a few new faces on the council. And so I just kind of want to introduce myself, and then Amy can obviously introduce herself when she's ready to go. But I'm a partner, a lawyer at the Crowley Fleck Law Firm here in Helena, live in Helena, born and raised here, and serve in a government affairs capacity for a number of clients, and also have a litigation and commercial practice as well. And so I thought what we would do, at least initially, is just kind of talk about the interim report, what happened between the 2 biennial sessions of the legislature. And I was going to take on the local government section, then Amy was going to talk about revenue. And then after that, we'll get into some updates concerning the process for this upcoming legislative session beginning in January 2021, and what that might look like and what we're hearing. It's, as you know, kind of up in the air with the pandemic. So Amy will provide us her insight on that and what we might expect going forward. And then we'll talk about some other events on the calendar, meet and greet with area legislators and things like that, to try and get that dialogue going amongst the city and local elected officials. So let me just jump right in. So the interim As you know, our legislature meets every 2 years, and the period in between the two sessions we call the interim. And it's not like the legislature stops working during that period. There are interim committees that meet, 13 or so of them, and they do a number of things. They conduct studies that were directed to them by the previous legislature for fact-finding or development of bills for upcoming sessions. They perform oversight of administrative agencies and that sort. So they are busy and active. They started out meeting in person, and then once COVID hit, everything moved to this sort of digital virtual framework, which all of you are so familiar with now. So it was really an interesting transition, and actually went off fairly well, to be quite honest. So Amy and I, over the last 18 months or so, have been following these interim committees for the city. We've principally focused on local government and the revenue committee. And so I was just going to give really a brief, really high level update on the local government group, which was chaired by Billings' own Senator Margie McDonald. So some of the topics that they covered over the course of the interim involved things like optional septic drain fields and subdivision review. They spent a lot of time on entitlement share issues and education and looking into that, affordable housing, regional fire authorities. Those were kind of the big ticket items that they focused on during the interim period. And if you're able to pull up your electronic agenda, you can click on the hyperlinks at the bottom, and you'll see the local government committee interim worksheet. If you click on that, it brings up a PDF that just summarizes what sort of work the local government committee did. So you can reference that. One of the interesting things I did want to point out to the council is that the committee sent a letter to the Legislative Council asking for training to be offered on the local government entitlement share funding mechanism during the legislator orientation session. So before each session, the new and old legislators will sit for an orientation session. And this committee is asking that the entitlement share be a topic that they are specifically educated on. And the reason for that is that just over time, since this funding mechanism was put into place, knowledge and understanding of it, what it is, what it does, has really kind of eroded away. And so we find it under attack frequently. And so what this committee, I think, is trying to do is to bring it back to the forefront of legislators so that they understand it, understand what it is, and how to protect it moving forward. So just an interesting kind of sidebar on that. The committee did take action on 5 pieces of draft legislation, or excuse me, 4 pieces of draft legislation, which we can provide to you. It's in the local government committee worksheet that you have, and you can click on those hyperlinks. They are active if you have an interest in looking closer at those particular bills. And we can provide more information on those if you want, but just for the purpose of kind of moving things along and staying high level, I don't think that we'll get too deep into those. And I can actually, at this point, Amy, if you want to jump in and talk about revenue, I think that would be great.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Greg. So the revenue committee is also, there's links in your materials to it. And I think that there's a number of different bills that we've been following. As you could see from what's in the interim committee, and Greg gave a really good summary of what's happening. I think a lot of people say, well, why do we need to follow the interim? And just as a reminder for folks, the legislature actually has interim committees that are not split based on the elected officials' numbers. So even though the legislature is controlled by Republicans right now, the interim committees are actually split 50-50. So if something gets through an interim committee, it has bipartisan support. And it's been looked at by folks from the House and the Senate. So just from a process standpoint, that's a really good thing. And I think that Greg gave you a good example of an issue area that people don't really understand how these things work, right? So the Revenue Committee was one that we, quite frankly, had some pretty high hopes for. I know that a lot of you have been actively involved in the local option tax issue in Billings. And a lot of you have also been involved in a conversation about a statewide sales tax. I think that there are a lot of other things that you look through on this agenda where they talk about looking at the tax credit review, which quite frankly is something that happens every 6 to 10 years in Montana. All the tax credits are looked at generally. And I think that's a good thing from a tax standpoint, to explain why does a tax credit work, or why should we not have this tax credit on the books. And there's philosophical discussions about that, right? People look at deductions differently than they look at credits. So that is one of the things that this committee looked at. But in terms of keeping ourselves concise and on point, our big hopes were pinned to this whole discussion on HJ 35's tax study. And I, for one, have been having tax experts, not myself, because I'm not a tax expert lawyer, but people within our law firm and lots of other people around the country talk about, you know, a two-legged stool versus a three-legged stool. And while people say we don't have a sales tax in Montana, that's actually not true. People like to say that to believe it, but it's like saying the sky's not blue. It's just the way your eye sees it. So we have sales tax on every resort community in Montana. We have sales tax when you stay at a hotel. We have a sales tax when you rent a car. So we do have consumption taxes in Montana. We just don't have it statewide. And because it's restricted to resort communities of a certain number, you don't get to have one. You don't actually get local control. So there's a lot of places in Montana where the legislature has given local control, and there's a lot of places where they've taken it away. And this is one of those. And so that's been a big discussion for us. I mean, it doesn't matter to me what you think about it. At this point in time, it's not going to happen in 2021. The reality is that this is going to lead us into a broader conversation, but the reality is the world has spun since COVID-19 hit us. And the fact is that we don't really know what our budget's going to look like in 2022 and 2023. The governor will leave office and it's going to look fine, but it's not. We will not have enough money in a rainy day fund that we've used up. We don't know how many people will be unemployed in 6 months. We don't know if the national statistic of 1 in 5 businesses will go under will hold true in Montana. If that is true in a state that's powered by small business, we're going to be in trouble. So when you only collect income tax and property tax to sustain your system of governance and services, then you need to probably think about the third stool, but it's not going to happen. I mean, you can't get one politician to talk about it today. I haven't actually talked to any of you about it, so maybe you do want to talk about it, but it's not going to happen. So this interim committee that worked so hard on this topic kind of got stalled the middle of March. So there was going to be a really great discussion on the calendar in June or July. There was going to be expert testimony on this, you know, pro and con. Our number 2 economy after ag is tourism. Well, we all know what happened with that. We kept telling people, don't come here, actually. Please don't bring COVID here, right? And so, I know that, Chris, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole based from the committee, but that's been a big discussion of this group and of the local community in which you serve. And so some people are opposed to sales tax, some people are supportive of it, but that's the focus of this interim committee, which I kind of segued into what does 2021 look like. So Greg, do you want me to kind of kick it off from there?
Yes, please, Amy.
Okay. I told Greg to mute me if he had control, but since we're in different buildings, he doesn't have control. Sorry, Greg. Okay. Crystal ball, can y'all see it? I can't tell you what's going to happen in 2021, but I can tell you it's not going to look like 2019. So I do not actually understand why this has become a Republican Democrat thing. I don't think it's necessarily good for the country that it's become that way, but you will have a supermajority of Republican legislators. This is Amy's prediction, by the way, not everybody's. I think you'll have a supermajority of Republicans show up in person for a 2021 legislature. I think you'll have a supermajority of Democrats not show up. They will be able to participate just like we are today via Zoom. And we all know what that looks like, right? It's not as good as this, right? Like, and so it's gonna I think maybe erode a little bit of the collegiality and the ability to work on things as you walk down the hall together. The other thing that could happen is that they only meet on the budget and look at it for a year period. As I had kind of given you a little bit of a precursor, I don't think we know exactly what the budget will look like. I also think we'll know the property tax numbers will show up more in November, and we'll have a better sense of that then. So crystal ball, they're going to show up as required by the state constitution on January 4th. They're going to lay out the parameters of what that looks like when the caucuses meet virtually and in person November 18th through the 20th. And so we are happy to brief all of you right after the election on what the numbers look like and who won. But quite frankly, until the next legislature meets, they're not really operating on the rules of that incoming legislature, as you know, from a process standpoint. So my crystal ball is we'll have a session. I would expect that if our numbers look like they do today, that people like us in the public, whether we're people that are paid like Greg and I are to represent you, or everyday citizens, I think we will mostly look like this. I think that we will follow our neighboring state of Wyoming, Idaho, Colorado. They've all been having to deal with this. Some of them will allow in-person testimony. Some of them, like Colorado, actually require in-person committees, which we don't in Montana. So I think there will be a mix. And I think if the numbers are really high, they'll ask people to testify via Zoom. Does that mean that Greg and I will not interact with people? No, we will, because as you all know, while I'm somewhat effective on this screen, I'm much better if Greg and I were able to sit down with you for coffee for 30 minutes or an hour and explain something, right? Or as we walk down the hall together, we talk about something. And I also get to know that you also have a dog and, you know, that type of thing. So I think that we will continue to meet with legislators outside. We will continue to call legislators as we are, you know, every week and talk to them about issues and continue to build those relationships. But it'll be a new governor. It'll be a new attorney general. And I think as much as we don't interact as much with the state auditor or the secretary of state, those two will definitely be new as well. So you'll have a lot of new folks trying to interact in this new world with the legislature. And so I would bet that they have a shortened session and save some days for later in the year. But I do think they will meet. So that's my crystal ball, and I'll probably, you know, get myself in a little bit of 90% versus 100% correct there. But that's kind of what I think will happen. And I think people take their job seriously. You all take your job seriously of representing the public, and so do legislators. I mean, they're my favorite branch of the three in government. They are just like all of you. They work really, really hard to represent the people of the district in which they serve. And they might not always agree with all those people. But you know, I've heard this many times, you know, it's not for power and money that you serve in local government jobs. And it's the same for the legislature. So that's why I'm going to tee up. I'm really excited that we're going to have our first Zoom ever meeting with the local area legislators. So our Hollywood Squares is going to get even smaller on the gallery view. We are set to invite those people. I mean that in a good way, not those people in a bad way. We're set to invite the winners of the election and the incumbents who are coming back to meet with all of you a week after the election. So that's going to be our first attempt to do a big meeting. Of course, at any point in time, I would urge all of you to reach out based on your home address to the people running in your own district and say, hey, right? Or email them. I mean, and you know, it's like the expression drinking from a fire hose is, I'd say pretty real. After an election, everybody wants to be your friend and everybody wants to talk to you and everybody wants to educate you on your issues, which is actually why we're getting the invite out early. But if you called them now, you'd actually have a little bit more of their attention. So, Chris, I kind of bled into a couple topics there about what I see in 2021. Greg and I've talked about this, so I'm trying to be succinct for both of us. And then what we see as kind of some great touch points with your delegation. So what did I miss, Greg?
I think that was a great summary, Amy.
Okay, thanks. Chris?
Yeah, so Mayor, thank you. I think as the mayor tried to kind of set up here, one, we want to confirm that the council on November 10th wants to do the Zoom type call with those who are carrying over or those who get elected. I would think that's kind of a no-brainer and a yes to do that. We really don't have anything to lose. So we'll set that up unless you say you don't want it. And then secondly, maybe we just take 5 or 10 minutes if we have questions that Greg or Amy could answer about interim committees or what we're anticipating. Amy didn't get to put this plug in for herself. So though we greatly appreciate Greg's Helena connection, which these are a great duo, he grew up there. Where did Amy grow up? She grew up in Billings. So Amy is a Billings girl and she helps us every day knowing where she came from. So I'll put that plug in.
Very good. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Amy. We'll open up for questions from council. Also just remind council and also Amy and Greg, I don't know if you've got a copy of our 6 priorities from last year. We do want to make progress on that. And so if you see certain items on that 6, and if you don't have a copy, I think we can probably bring one up. But you know, how much of that is still relevant? Are there things we should be adding to that? Some are a little redundant, like infrastructure. Let's not hang up today without talking about if there are things out there on the infrastructure docket. So questions for Amy and Greg from council? Before we open up for general section, Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. This is also for Chris and Kevin as well. So kind of a 2-part question, but based on public safety. Chris and Kevin, first of all to you, could you share with City Council and the public, in all of the public safety meetings you all did for the public in Billings, how many state legislators do you know showed up to those public meetings? If you could count all of those that showed up and let us know, that would be great. And then Amy and Greg, this question's for you. So we've helped organize, and there's been several of us in Billings who have helped organize roundtable discussions regarding public health safety here in Billings, regarding mental health and substance abuse use, and then as well as public safety regarding law enforcement and how we address those mental health and substance use issues, as well as the low limited number of resources we have for public safety in the largest city in Montana. And I will share with you that in 2 of those roundtable discussions in which we had firefighters show up, police officers, mental health workers, prosecutors show up, in the combination of those meetings, we had 3 legislators show up. That's it, that's all. How do we, and can you give us advice on how do we personally, individual city council members here, get them engaged in the city in which they represent in Helena? Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll take a crack at it. So I think that most people, I know I'm probably an example of this. We kind of take what's on the top of the pile first, right? And so whatever's the most pressing need is, unless you prioritize the whole list of 5 things, right? Like that's what you get to first. And so we need to get whatever are our top 3 priorities, right? We need to get the legislators invested in those. And how do we do that? Well, we have to have a conversation with them about it, where we have a hook and we get them focused on why this impacts Billings, why it impacts their constituents, you know, why it impacts the businesses that want to grow here, and every sector, the nonprofit sector as well. So I think that you have a great delegation, and I've worked for the Billings Clinic for a long, long time, and I always said if the Billings area legislators all got united on one thing, they are 1/3 of the legislative vote. So you think about that, it's a big chunk, right? It's almost like the old Butte days where you could get stuff done because you're just from Butte and you made deals. So sorry, my dad's from Butte. You know, I think that if we are able to get people on our Zoom call and we're able to talk to them about this and have a follow-up, you know, each of us kind of take a couple people and see what were they interested in and what could we get a couple people focused on. That's how we're going to do it. It's by, you know, building those relationships. And I would tell you that, you know, Greg and I did a coordinated effort with the city of Bozeman as well. And we, you know, called the legislators and said, we want you to come to this event, which is what we're going to do on your Zoom call. So everyone who has an RSVP is going to get a call from Greg or I repeatedly until they answer us. And then we're going to try to get them to come on and talk about it. And hopefully one of you can chat with them individually too. But their time is like yours, right? And so we have to figure out how we can get them vested in those issues. And not everybody sees every issue as top of their bucket, but we don't need everybody. We just need a few, right? To carry the day. So I hope that was helpful. Greg, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I would add is just to put in a plug for direct contact and small group communications. I think those tend to be the most effective. So for example, I mean, Chris and Kevin and I have been meeting with the chair and vice chair of the Law and Justice Committee, Representative Barry Usher and Representative Kathy Kelker, both local legislators. And in these small group sessions, we've been able to cover a lot and really kind of develop that rapport and relationship with those individuals. And I think we can kind of take that and use it as a model to address, you know, mental health issues and other substance abuse issues, things like that that are affecting the city. And if we can just get a couple of champions, either out of the council, the city council would want to sit in on those discussions and be very vested in those communications with legislators, we could do that and have small breakout sessions. So I think that's a really effective way to do it.
Yeah, that's a great example, Greg, of you know, the mayor and Chris and Kevin and Greg, the work that they've done with, you know, a bipartisan leadership that you really have 2 great leaders, Representative Barry Usher and Representative Kathy Kelker, Republican and Democrat, who are, you know, complementing one another's work in an area which maybe they wouldn't have thought they'd be that vested in before they did this interim committee work on it. So, and I guess just a broader answer also on mental health. What I would say is that COVID-19 has really elevated mental health as a top tier issue across the state of Montana. And I do think that Billings has always led the way in trying to be a leader on that conversation. And so you should pat yourself on the back for that. But, you know, I do think that when I talk to legislators, they recognize that we need to be funding more mental health services. And it's across the state now. It used to be a very isolated conversation. And unfortunately, COVID has brought that home for us. So.
Thank you, Greg and Amy. I'm just going to ask a question here. That 3 of our 6 items from last year involve infrastructure in some form or another. The first was, quote, support legislation that'll encourage and facilitate public and private investment in the city of Billings, including but not limited to the One Big Sky District project. And I think that was the 406 impact legislation. But then 2, support legislation that increases investments in infrastructure critical to supporting our economy. And then number 6, support in general the Montana Infrastructure Coalition's legislative agenda. So that's half of our list right there. What can you tell us about how we should be wording that going into the 2021 legislature that focus on infrastructure?
Right. So I guess I think that Mr. Kukulski led this off by saying we plagiarized. Thank you, Mr. Kukulski, going back to 1 through 3. That we, plagiarized this from the prior session. I since it's our words, we're not really plagiarizing, but I do think that we have to stay focused on infrastructure. It's really one of the sole tenets of local government. I mean, you're there to provide safety and good drinking water. And I mean, it's why towns were formed in the West, right? And so I think these need to stay on the top of your priority list. I also think we have to protect the things that we have worked on, quite frankly. There's a movement to reduce the gas tax that was passed. And that was a pretty critical win for infrastructure. And I think that we need to stay in line with the Montana League of Cities and Towns, which is why that's in your later bullets there. These are all really, number 1 was incorporating some of Councilwoman Roning's comments, right? And so I think we have to keep working on all these infrastructure focuses. The reality will be that we have to figure out how to fund increases in infrastructure.
So Mayor, if I could, and Amy, I apologize. So what I pulled up on the screen, you'll see that the primary goals, I actually didn't change at all. I mean, I changed some highlighting, but these 5 goals of public safety, self-governing powers, economic development, infrastructure, and lowering the tax burden on landowners, word for word the same. What I did change was the order deliberately. So first up, remember where we were 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we were neck deep into the One Big Sky plan adoption and implementation. First up was the legislative package to support that. I've moved that to number 3, and I broadened it. Actually, I just took off the tag at the end. So number 1, the one thing all 11 of you consistently support is public safety. And one of those 2 primary responsibilities of the city. So I actually don't think I changed any wording in number 1 to say public safety is number 1. Secondly, we've got that wording, I think, stayed the same. And third up, for the economic development piece, legislators will encourage, facilitate public-private investments. We had number 3 there, support legislature to increase investments in infrastructure. Let me just finish them. 4 was the tax burden piece. Maybe, unfortunately, what Amy is telling us. I had a conversation with Tim Burton today. I had a conversation with the Montana League of Cities and Towns. I had a conversation with Daryl James of the Infrastructure Coalition. We know, unfortunately, right, we've got 2 gubernatorial candidates who said they'll die before they'll support anything that gets to their desk that looks like a sales tax. But that doesn't mean, I think, we should give up on the groundwork that maybe needs to be discussed. So sorry, but to kind of get back to the list, and tonight we don't have to adopt it. That was not the idea, but more or less, are we on the right track as we think about these priorities? And like Amy and Greg said, I would say fewer is better, and relationships are kind of the key to everything.
Thank you, Chris. Very helpful. Back to council for questions, comments, and also we can broaden our discussion to this list and whether it's headed in the right direction. I can see most of you, or 3 or 4 of you, but there we go. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are a couple of items that I just wanted to, well, really, it's just one. It's the one on the new number 1, support legislation that provides for and enhances safety, health, and security of Billings residents, and et cetera. So as I was reading the League of Cities and Towns, one of the things that I saw that they were opposed to 130. And so I was kind of wondering, well, why would they oppose that? And I think it all boils down to local control. So then I was wondering, well, so when you talk about local control, some of the things, especially because they're statewide issues, going from town to town in Montana, to have some consistency there. I think of things like sanctuary cities. I think of if this recreational marijuana thing passes. And so right there, we're reducing the sale and distribution of illegal drugs. But now we're talking, I guess maybe they're not illegal. So I'm just kind of concerned about the local control element that is in the League of Cities and Towns, and then what we mean by our own local control. So I think if you could just address that so I get a better overall view of what that means to Billings versus Ekalaka.
What I would say, Commissioner Purington, is what I've traditionally seen and what we've strongly supported is the idea that local control means local control, not lip service to local control. Elected officials at the local level making more decisions on their own to self-govern themselves. And that means that comes with the pros and cons of towns having very different approaches to a number of issues. And I would say the pandemic to some degree is challenging us in that regard, but I'm still holding fast to my values as a city administrator, as a city manager, that though it would be easier if the governor would tell us everything to do, or the president would, I support local control and that we control our own destiny and our decisions. And the league has pretty strongly supported that for decades. The notion that Ekalaka or Troy or Billings or Glendive or Bozeman are not all made the same, and they should be able to make their own choices in their communities on a whole slew of issues. So
Amy or Greg, you want to comment on that, and then we'll take Councilmember Shaw.
Yeah, I'll do my best. So I had to pull up I-130 again. There's so many different initiatives out there. So just for folks' memory, if you've already filled out your ballot or not, just kudos to Yellowstone County. You have the highest voter turnout of any county historically. So good job. That's the measure that if you voted yes, it supports the measure to remove local government's authority to regulate the carrying of permitted concealed weapons. So as Mr. Kukulski pointed out, Billings might be a little bit different than 2DOT. I've been to both. They are very different. So, I think that on that regard, local government control is something that we could all understand, right? Where local control becomes a really difficult discussion I've seen historically is when you tie funding to it. So if you say, we want to regulate, let's say, cell phone use, that you can't drive anywhere in the state using your cell phone. You have to use a hands-free device. That arguably would say, if you had a statewide law, then everybody would know if you're driving into Hardin or Billings or wherever, it's the same, right? But if you're talking about local control about what you do with your schools, or if you talk about local control about, other things with taxation, then you kind of get into this debate about who should have local control or not. So as a topic, the ability to tax your own citizens within a locality, that's been litigated on and discussed by many Western states in a very different way than the Eastern United States, where they have different property law on that. So I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but I do think local control in Montana might mean something different than other states. And what it means in Montana is very much what Mr. Kukulski stated. So I hope that's helpful, Mayor, and I hope that's helpful, Councilwoman Purrington. I hope I said your name right.
Pure. Yeah, she's very pure. That's how I remember it. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. And thank you both for all of this work. It's really exciting to see. Chris, looking through that list of priorities, that makes sense to me. I like how high level it is. The only issue that I had a question about that I didn't necessarily feel was maybe represented is on parks, green space, conservation funding. I feel like we know we have an issue with that in Billings. For Greg and Amy, is that something that you kind of put under the heading of infrastructure when you sort of look at a list like this, or is that something that should be added to this list? Because I do feel like it is a big deal, and public land's a big deal for Montanans. Billings has had trouble funding its parks for a long time. Any help we could get from the state on that, I can't imagine people in Billings would be upset about it. So would you talk a little bit about that?
I'll take it, and then Greg can clean up. So when I've sat on the Infrastructure Coalition calls ever since it was created and tried to help get it created. How you define infrastructure is a huge debate. Right? And so some people really narrowly define infrastructure as like roads and water and public safety. And when they say public safety, they mean the police and the fire. Okay, that's it. Now, there is a huge bridge that goes beyond what that definition is, right? And somewhere in there is making it a nice place to live. Now, how do you define a nice place to live? That's also how some people get voted in and out of office, right? And so, public lands is the #1 voting issue in the state of Montana, but a lot of people, when they vote public lands, they mean where they take their fishing rod or their gun. So public lands doesn't always mean the same thing to everybody, right? So I think you've done a really, really good job of passing local initiatives in Billings. You should be really proud of yourselves about that, getting that message to the people of what you need and want. But it's going to also depend on what the voters want. Look at Gallatin County. Their demographic has changed drastically. Drastically in the last 5 years. You go to a meeting there and most of those people didn't even know where Bozeman was on the map 10 years ago. So you look at your constituents in Yellowstone County, and if they all want this, then we should figure out a way to get it funded, right? But infrastructure really, has pretty broad parameters around its definition, which is why the Infrastructure Coalition has tried to be pretty narrow on that. So Greg, you want to clean up anything there?
No, I think you hit it spot on. The Daryl James from the Infrastructure Coalition always talks about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs in terms of infrastructure. And at the bottom, those base needs, physiological needs for, food, water, warmth, safety needs for security and things like that. Those are always going to be the items that are going to lead with the priority. And then, as you move up the pyramid to the top, when you start talking about those self-actualization needs, things for, fulfilling one's potential and things like that, that's where you start to get more of kind of the public parks, and those things fall into that bucket, which, yes, absolutely vital and important to a vibrant community, but in a state with limited resources, it tends to unfortunately just not receive the funding that it probably warrants, and that's just the fact of the matter. But very good question and issue, Council Member Shaw. Thanks for bringing it up.
Thank you. Other council members, we're 6:50 now. We should probably aim to try to wrap up so we can move on to Project Recode and public comment on this item. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll ask the council this, and also Chris. When we as a council meet and we talk about different issues, quite often we run across issues that we say, well, the state is preventing it from doing this, or we have to do this because the state, requires it. And, one of the things I think about is property rights, not recognizing covenants and restrictions where, land, our citizens will go out and put a lot of money into their investment in their home, and they build their home, they buy it in the area where they want to, and then a developer comes in and then changes the whole concept and the whole look of the neighborhood. And if there was, and if they looked at their covenants, it would say that, hey, well, you can't do that. But the city, because of the way the state law reads, allows them to do that. So I don't know if this is something, I don't see it on the list here where it would fit, but somewhere where they allow to really protect our citizens' use of their property and their private, there's always an issue between private property rights and what they can do to develop, and then the enjoyment of your property. And so there's always a conflict within that. And we as a council sit there and look at that. We have some tough decisions to make, but we have to follow the law. And I would like to see us encourage the state change the law to allow the cities to give a little bit more credence to some of these covenants that these people have bought into when they invested into their neighborhoods. So I don't know if other council members agree with that or not, but I know that we run across that a lot, and I think it would, if the state could fix that and give us put a little more credence on that, I think it would solve a lot of the property rights issues that we run across.
Well,
Other Councilmember Tricky, and then feel free to come back to that if you have thoughts from Amy and Greg. Councilmember Tricky.
I see that as falling in under the whole local control thing, because I would bring up, the entire set of relations between the county and the city in terms of planning and stuff like that too. But again, that really is about the state controlling what we as the city can do. So.
Councilmember Neese, back.
Yes, please. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Dan, I think Danny is right on that when it does come to local control. I think years ago there was, someone tells me there used to be a donut policy where, development had to be done based upon city code if you're within this donut, and somehow that got thrown out or put out. Now, I don't know if that was a legal challenge or if that was a state law change, but those are the kind of things I think would help the city develop better if we had some of that local control where we know the city is going to grow and develop. And so if that falls within, like Danny says, that falls within local control, that would be, an issue that we can sure try to get included in the process.
Okay, Chris Kukulski.
Mayor, I would suggest we've got some experts on the council in Billings, right? So we've got Councilmember Boyette, who for years has been serving and helping to rewrite the code. And tonight, hopefully for a couple hours, we're going to get into the code and how its interfaces between Yellowstone County and us. So I would say, land use issues are very common issues of typically us playing some defense on legislatively. I think when we go to implement, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but take all the community's work. When we work through the implementation of the recode, there may very well be things that come up that we say we would like some statutory changes on. None of them have really zeroed into me in the first 19, 20, 23 months being in Billings for us to focus on. But I know the league is always sensitive to that. Other cities are, and so are we, about the state taking away our local abilities to manage land use planning and things of that nature as we balance those things. So I know we're coming close to 7 o'clock. Again, the idea wasn't we'd walk away with adoption tonight, but I think a good dialogue start to circle back on. And so, Mayor, I'm not sure where else you want to go with it this evening.
Yeah, I do think Chris's prediction that we have several hours ahead of us with Project Recode, and just a reminder that we also have an executive session tonight. We do need to wrap up this discussion. I'll call on a few other last minute. I don't think we're going to draft a new document here, but I would suggest that if people have comments on it or specific language, they pass that on to staff. So when we come back to this next, we have a even better document. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My comment is thank you very much to Greg and Amy for giving us their insight. I think that some of the things Amy had to say about the economics, the impact of COVID, the uncertainty of what that impact will be on our state budget, on our local budget, on our property tax. Those kinds of issues really do illustrate that we need, our priorities are consistent with being concerned about those revenues, those sources of revenue for us. Because the COVID impact, as she was stating, for a state that has, depends a lot on local government. Local business and local employment. This is really, really, really important. So I think we should keep that priority as we have it very close to the top, because I think this is where we're going to struggle and really need to dig in order to move forward as a city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else in way of wrap up here before we move to public comment on this item for people who call 237-6196? Councilmember Tricky?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the new number 1. I think we should be thinking about adding the phrase health funding to that, along with mental health funding and everything else that's on there.
And I'm sorry, Danny, could you say that again? I just didn't hear you.
Health funding.
Health, okay, thank you. And as Mayor, while we're waiting to see if the phone rings, if I could make sure Amy and Greg hear this, some local legislators and a legislative analyst have been asking a series of questions, including giving us a FOIA request for a number of background information on our districts. So the good news is I'm very confident that the creation of Park District 1, the Street Maintenance District, the Arterial District, they were set up by statute, following statute. They weren't, creative work by Billings. But clearly they're being looked at and piles of information are being consolidated to give them, which is all public information. So I'll be surprised if we're not having a dialogue about districts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's open up the public comments on this item, our legislative update. If anybody in the public is listening and would like to comment, please feel free to call that number 237-6196. We'll ask you to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. Tell us your name and address. And please remember to turn off the television or your computer or you'll be very confused because our actual meeting is about a minute ahead of what you are hearing on those instruments, and you'll be very confused if you don't turn them off. Denise, do we have anybody who has called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I have no callers.
Thank you very
However,
much.
You do have a Zoom participant, Mayor, who would like to give you a public comment.
Thank you very much. Is that Steve Arbuscow?
That is, Mayor, and I won't take up much of your time. Thank you for letting me kind of be a fly on the wall as you had this discussion, as well as the COVID discussion from John Felton. I just wanted to be available if you had questions on this particular topic. I would just add, give me an opportunity over the next couple weeks to work with Chris to educate his second bullet point a little bit on economic development. There's some work coming out of the Montana Economic Developers Association. And then we have done a very thorough evaluation of economic development programs through our next generation analysis. And we've had the opportunity to talk to both gubernatorial candidates just last week about their vision for economic development, what that might look like. And I can tell you, depending upon who's elected governor, there'll be a lot of changes in approach and philosophy around the whole notion of economic development. One example, though, that I would encourage you to give some serious thought to, every candidate I've talked to and most of my partners across the state, if not all, we're all talking about broadband investment, both in the context of economic recovery, but also ongoing community and economic development. So that would be something, Chris, that I would want to get some information to you on that, on the working group on broadband development and what that might mean in terms of ongoing economic development and economic recovery efforts. So I'll try and get you some more information that might help you build out that second bullet point on economic development for the council to consider.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. That'd be great. I'm sure it'd be welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Denise, anybody who has called 237-6196 in the interim?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we'll close the public comment period then on this item of the legislative session and turn it back to council. Anything else, council, before we move on to the next item, or from Amy or Greg in conclusion here? I don't see anything. So Amy, Greg, thank you for joining us. And Greg, enjoy your time there in San Francisco.
Enjoy your fried chicken, Amy.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thanks, everyone.
I hope it's not cold.
it's all right.
I think
Thanks, everybody.
it's supposed to be down in the teens today, but that's always going to be warmer than San Francisco. So, all right, thank you, everyone. We'll move on then to our next item, which is Project Recode. This item, there's going to be a lot of substance here, and there's a number of segments. I anticipate we'll get into it, still take a break in roughly a half an hour. But I'll turn it over to Chris, who I think will probably turn it over to Nicole to walk over, and to Wyeth rather, to walk us through kind of the process of what we're looking at now. Chris, do you have anything before we give it to Wyeth?
I'm going to turn it over to Wyeth, but beforehand, I do want to just thank people, and I apologize that we probably will repeat ourselves a little bit, but as you all know, years of work to get to this point that Wyeth, his team, and dozens of citizens, including some of you before your time on the council, put into what I've thought since my interview for this job was one of the most important things that this council was taking on, and prior councils were taking on, for a better future for Billings than what we'd had in the recent past. And that is not a knock on the recent past, other than you got to rewrite your code at least every half century. And so in this case, we're well past due. I'm going to turn it over to Wyeth to kick things off, and just want to emphasize to the council the obvious, and to the public just how important this is to a better future for our community. So Wyeth.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. And thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a couple brief comments before Nicole gets into the details of the presentation. First, just a little bit to echo what Chris just said. This is super exciting that after 3 years of work on this, that what you have and what's coming to the council is a recommendation for adoption from our city zoning commission from last week. It's a compilation of a tremendous amount of effort. And I wanted to mention that this has been the most intense public input and common community volunteer process that I've been involved in the 17 years that I've been with the city. Just phenomenal community involvement, engagement. Did everybody get what they wanted? No, I don't think so. But it's a testament to our residents, the task forces that have been very engaged, developers, business people, property owners, that we're here to share this with you tonight, and then move on into the process in the coming weeks. We do have here tonight on the meeting, and I think some of them will probably speak after when we get through the presentation, members of our working group, our steering committee, our planning board that started out and initiated this process several years back. We have got representation there. You heard from one of our former planning board members this afternoon, an email from Dave Goodrich, who also has been involved in the working groups as well. So we've got a lot of people that have spent a lot of time working on this and getting it to the point to bring to you tonight. Just a couple things regarding the presentation. It's broken into 6 sections, and after each section we'll stop and Nicole will see if there's questions, and the mayor obviously will facilitate that. But we wanted to kind of break it up that way because there's sort of big chunks of the discussion tonight, and hopefully that'll help instead of going all the way through and then trying to go back and remember questions from the different pieces. So that'll be kind of how the presentation is structured. And then really what staff, what we're looking for tonight and moving forward is if there's specific issues or questions on specific sections of the code that the council, the majority of the council wants to have addressed. Not necessarily we need the exact wording, but if we understand what the concern is or what the issue is from the council as a group, that we can then be able to take that back and then come back with some drafts, recommended language or things like that. If that's we get to that specific, that would be helpful. And then if there's really complex legal questions, talking with City Attorney Brent Brooks earlier today that we can answer for you tonight, we will follow up and then be able to prepare to come back and answer those questions before the next meeting. So that's hopefully how we can present. So I will hand it off to Nicole and we'll go through the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Wyeth, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for making time on your very busy agenda to have a work session with us. And some of those Project Recode steering committee members and working group members are with us tonight, and I want to just give you their names. There's Woody Woods, who's the president of the planning board, Daryl Tunnicliffe, who's on the planning board and a past president, and kind of really spearheaded this effort at the beginning and followed through in 2017. Greg McCall, who was on our urban issues working group, Randy Hafer as part of our local contingent for our consultant team, along with Elizabeth Garvin. She was there she is. She's our consultant team lead. She's a planner and attorney, and she heads up a consulting group called Community Recode. We also have, of course, council members Mike Boyette and council member Sean Brown, who were with us for the last 3+ years on this project, and I'd like to say thank you to them. Steve Arvscow has left the meeting, but he was also a critical component of our working groups and steering committee as we started this project off and followed through with this as well. So as Wyeth said, we're going to go through a full presentation and take some strategic breaks along the way to answer your questions and go over material. So I'm going to share my screen and with the presentation and start the slideshow, perhaps. Okay, so here's our work session. As Wyeth stated, the Zoning Commission had their 7th and final public hearing last week, or on the 14th of October, and is forwarding a unanimous recommendation of approval and adoption of the findings of the 10 review criteria for zone changes. If this isn't nothing else, this is a zone change of an order of magnitude where we're taking the entire code and making it work better for the city of Billings. So we believe, and the Zoning Commission has agreed with these findings, as that it does meet the goals and guidelines of the 2016 Billings Growth Policy. The 7th and final hearing was just to go over the entire code again to figure out if there are any changes that they wanted to make recommendations to you about. And they did not have any major changes or recommendations to you to change the draft code. We believe the new code will bring clarity and simplicity to this zoning code. Zoning codes are notoriously opaque and complex. And so we have strived to make it simple in the last 3.5 years. We knew that we had gaps in the existing code for uses that have come about in the last 48 years since we rewrote it the last time. And we needed to fill those gaps, and I think we did a fairly good job of that. We tried to write everything in plain English so that any person can pick it up and understand what was written. We wanted to remove all of the internal conflicts and prevent new ones from happening. So all along the way, when we started pulling apart pieces in drafts, we said, okay, how is that connected to another piece of this code? Do we also need to make sure that that is changed as well? So land use law and case law has come a long way in the last 48 years, and we absolutely kept our eyes on that as we did our drafting. We hope to preserve the value and integrity of Billings neighborhoods. The city of Billings, in its zoning and in its planning and development, is a city of neighborhoods. And so we worked really hard on that part of the code. We believe that this code will create a more resilient community with strong economic foundations. This code has literally been through hundreds of hours of working group meetings, zoning commission hearings, and public presentations by planning staff. Just last Thursday, I did a 2-hour presentation to Billings area realtors for their continuing education requirements they have to get. So we're continuing to reach out to the community and answer their questions, even though we're at the end of the public hearing process. So the foundation of everything that we have done in the last 3 years is this statement from the 2016 Billings Growth Policy. And it basically says that we're going to manage our growth by encouraging development within the existing city limits and directly adjacent to the city limits. We're going to give preference to areas that already have infrastructure or where it can be extended in a fiscally constrained budget, and also with consideration given to increased tax revenue. So we said we wanted strong neighborhoods with their own unique character that are clean, safe, and provide a choice of housing and transportation. So that's where we started. That was our mission, to meet this growth policy. Next, the steering committee was formed in June 2017 and appointed by the planning board. Originally consisted of 20 members. We did have 2 members that had to resign for personal reasons, so we got down to 18. But that committee represents a huge cross-section of a community, both in the city and the county, because when we started this, we had a combined city and county code. This project will create 2 new zoning codes, one just for the county and one for the city. Now they have very much common interests between the 2 of them, but the county has specific issues that the city will never have to deal with, such as agricultural uses, some of the larger heavy industrial uses that are out in the county are things that we don't have to deal with in a city code. So the steering committee said, as they were reviewing their mission, they said, we need to have some guidance, some guiding principles as the staff, as the community, as our consultant team works on drafting this code. What are the most important things that we need to do? And they laid out these guiding principles, and we've used this as a lens to review the code over the last 2.5 years. Of course, in March of 2020, just as we were finishing the final draft and putting it up on the screen for everyone to look at and start the public adoption process, COVID-19 happened. And so we have been delayed. Maybe it was a good delay because it allowed us to be more deliberative and more careful about how we did our public input process as part of this adoption. I'm going to stop here as one of those scheduled breaks and ask if you have any questions about kind of the foundation and the project work that we've done so far before we start heading down into the code itself.
Thank you, Nicole. If you would shrink your screen, I'll be able to see all the council members. Questions on sort of the 30,000-foot view on goals, projects, process, those sorts of issues. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. One of the guiding principles of the steering committee was regulate what matters. Could you just explain that a little bit more, not in depth, but a little bit more? Thank you.
Right, so in 48 years, some of the parts of the code became stale because they were really not important to the community anymore. They weren't issues that came up. There weren't, so there's kind of these kind of dusty corners of the zoning code that we really didn't need anymore, and they really were filler. But we had issues that we really wanted to spend some time and figure out how to put some regulations around those uses. So we had to prioritize and say, what are the issues that the community has told us really matter? The city council and the neighborhood task force told us that issues like bars and casinos are important to them, and we have to have better regulations around that. So that's how we took our cues from the community steering committee and the working groups. Let's focus on the things that are really important.
Thank you very much. Anything else before we move on? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Nicole. One of the questions that I had was on the 2016 growth policy 4 years ago. Did you review the makeup of that growth policy initially? And then also, did you plan to put any sort of a review every 10 years of the zoning regulations so that you don't get into that 50-year span again? Thank you.
Certainly, Councilmember Purrington, the growth policy is regularly updated by the City of Billings. There is a kind of a time frame that's set forth in state law that says that you need to look at that every 5 to 8 years and get it updated. And then when you get it updated, you're supposed to look at your toolbox of tools that help you implement that growth policy, whether that's a capital improvement program or a zoning regulations or subdivision regulations. All of those implementation tools should also be re-examined. So we're thinking about, as we move forward with this set of zoning code update, that become our trigger point in the future. What is the new growth policy telling us? What does the community want? Where do they want to go? Does this set of tools get us there? If it doesn't, then let's work on that. Let's work on those new tools.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else before we move on to the next section? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned, and Nicole, you mentioned that we were on a unified code with the city county. Now we're going to have two separate codes, a new city code for the city of Billings. You know, today we have a difficult time with properties that's developed in the county. Will this be having a separate county code? Will that then allow development outside the city that just cannot never come into the city because of the way it's been developed? It's a completely different code.
Good question. The proposed code will have a new zoning tool called a planned neighborhood development tool. And that is intended to be used in the limits of annexation area, the red area that the city council sets on the map and updates every so often. And that allows the city to be in full participation mode on those new developments. Those will no longer be left to the county commissioners to make for the city. If a developer is in the red area and chooses not to do a planned neighborhood development, which would be annexed to the city, then they would have to use the zoning districts that are available in the county. Most of those have the smallest lot area is 15,000 square feet. Some of those districts have much larger lot area requirements. But if they choose to do that and they're in the area of annexation, they will be required to acknowledge that they're not going to request annexation to the city within a certain period of time. But if we do choose, the city does choose to annex that property, they wouldn't have the right to protest the annexation.
So a quick follow-up on that. So in that example you gave, a 15,000 square foot lot, is that correct?
That's the minimum in the zoning. Now, of course, if you're doing your own water and sewer on your own piece of property that may be significantly larger depending on those conditions.
And does the city have a limit on the size that the minimum size, I would say the maximum size it can annex in as far as a lot size in the new code?
No, there's no maximum lot area. So that would not be a barrier to annexation.
So this red zone is almost similar to what I was talking earlier about the donut zone that we used to have years ago, where now the city has more control over. It may still be in the county, but the city has more control over the development of that area. That's in that, would you say, the red area? It's not a donut, but a red area.
Right, and if you adopt this zoning code update that has that planned neighborhood development tool, right now, a developer can go to the county and say, I want you to zone me multifamily, 2-family, and single family, and I want some commercial in there too. And the city council does not get to participate in that discussion or decision. And then when they annex, their zoning has already been decided. It comes in exactly as it's currently zoned.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nicole, why don't you move ahead? Just a reminder, 6 different sections here.
Okay.
Councilmember Ewell, you've got a quick question, I guess?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I don't know if you were around in the building department back when the donut zone was there.
I was.
I was, and I worked in the donut zone. Could you give us a rundown of why that was eliminated and who caused it to be eliminated?
Sure. I believe at the time it was Bruce Simon, who was a representative who brought that forward as an issue. Basically, the building division's jurisdiction extended beyond the city limits into areas that were in the county, but close to the city limits. Building codes at that time could be enforced by municipalities in areas outside their city limits. The main issue that was a problem was that county residents didn't get to vote for city council members. So there was regulation without participation. That was the crux of the issue. And so that's why that extension of the building division's jurisdiction outside of city limits was eliminated. The planned neighborhood development tool that we have drafted and worked through the process is a little different. It doesn't, we're not going to go into far reaches beyond the red zone and start asserting city authority to zone property. What's required is that you apply for your zoning and annexation at the same time. And the annexation resolution has trigger dates in it that the developer agrees to in advance, where the zoning comes into the city and the zoning is decided before it's in the city. So there's a phased annexation as opposed to a phased zoning.
Follow up, Mayor, please.
Quickly.
Didn't that kind of boil down to a little bit too of infringement on personal and private property rights on your own property? Wasn't that one of the main issues on it?
I don't recall that in particular. I mean, the building code still exists outside the city limits. It's just enforced by the state, not by the city.
Okay, Nicole, why don't you move on? We're 7:24. Hopefully we get your presentation. We may end up taking a break before we open up for questions somewhere in this section, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so just so you're aware, we have 18 sections of the city's zoning code right now, and we're going to end up with 18 sections of the city's zoning code in the new code. We have one section of the code that doesn't apply to the city, and so that's section 1200. and that's marked reserved. There are 4 sections, and those are zone districts or overlay districts that will be retired in the new code. And their best features of those zone districts are incorporated into the new code. So right now we're at 467 printed pages with a 10-point font and 1-inch margins. The draft code, which has a larger font and has larger margins and illustrations and flow charts and tables, is 427 pages. And I'm sure when in this code, when it gets adopted and then incorporated into the municipal code, will be even less pages. So we did go on a bit of a code diet, not as much as I'd like, but you know, you got to start somewhere. So simplicity sometimes doesn't happen. Sometimes issues are complex just because they are. And so the code cannot be simplified beyond a certain point. So I don't know how many of you have read the existing code, but it's a hefty document, 467 pages. So to start off, you know, we really focused this code where we thought the community wanted us to focus, and that was, let's see if I can get the slides to advance, perhaps, not sure why it's not advancing. Okay, so we focused on neighborhoods. I might have to stop sharing and then share again. Excuse me while I do that. I think it didn't like it when I left it on slide presentation and went away. In any case, so we focused on neighborhoods. Currently, we don't call them neighborhoods in our zoning code, we call them residential zones. So we knew that we needed to think of neighborhoods as a whole, rather than just, oh, that's a residential 9,600 or that's a residential 7,000. It, from people's perspective in their own neighborhoods, from even a 10,000-foot view on a aerial photograph, you cannot tell the difference in some of these neighborhoods by just knowing what the zoning is. You cannot tell. So we did a character and a code assessment of Billings in Yellowstone County. And what we came up with were 7 different types of neighborhoods and zones. And we focused that on preserving the integrity and character of those neighborhoods and crafted a code around that. And not just to preserve those neighborhoods, like put a bubble over them and nothing ever changes, but allow those character to evolve over time and to be replicated in new neighborhoods. So 10 into 7. Now, residential manufactured home zoning, we kept pretty much the same with some basic setbacks and lot area requirements. But the N1 district, which is Billings' first neighborhood, is based on the character of North Park, South Side, Central Terry neighborhoods, some of the close-in West End neighborhoods. The mid-century neighborhood zone, or N2, was based on the next era of development when the ranch-style home became popular. So they were shorter homes, they were wider on the lot, they had 1 or 2 garage spaces next to the house with driveway access. Some of these neighborhoods still had alleys, but many of them did not. And then finally, the last type of character development after 1973-74 was the suburban style neighborhood. Large lots, large homes, more garage spaces that face the street, and generally no alleys for vehicle access to the back. Now, to add in there were some areas in Billings where we have multifamily zoning, and we only have 2 zones for that. So the first zone is restricted. So that's all based on lot area, and the maximum number of units you could have in a building would be 10. Then you have the unrestricted zone, which has no height limit. It has no numerical limits for the number of units in a building, but there's nothing in between. There's nothing that reflects the actual character of the types of multifamily developments we have. So we developed 3 zones to replace 2. So the NX1 is for the large apartment home. In other words, it looks just like a large house from the street many times, but it could have 4 units in it or 3 units. And so that is an NX1 or mixed residential 1 zone district. You'll find these sprinkled throughout some of Billings' first neighborhoods and second neighborhoods, the N2 districts. And then the second type of multifamily zoning or property development was the duplex all the way up to the 8-unit building. There's a lot of that in the mid-century neighborhoods. And some of it is, it's the entire street or 1 block of a street or 2 blocks of a street. So we developed a zone district just for that type of multifamily development. And then finally, the mixed residential 3, which are the large apartment blocks or the large apartment developments with many buildings within a private area, such as Hunters Point, Fox Meadows. Those are really big blocks. They're big characters on their own. So we built a district just for those. These, I believe, are much more predictable than our existing 2 multifamily zones. We had special topics in neighborhoods that we reviewed, and these were gaps in our code that we knew we had to fill. The first was accessory dwelling units. This is becoming a much more popular housing choice. And we certainly have quite a few of these left from right after World War II, when they were very popular in many of Billings' neighborhoods. So the front house, the back house, the apartment above the garage, the upstairs, downstairs duplexes. There was a great shortage of housing all across the country, and Billings was no different. So we built a lot of these 2-unit buildings. And then in 1972, we put zoning on top of them that didn't recognize the accessory dwelling unit. It only recognized every dwelling unit as a principal use of property. So the accessory suddenly became 2 primaries instead of a primary and an accessory. And we've been struggling with this ever since. So we spent some time on this issue. We had a special working group, a task group that worked on it for several hours every Friday morning in 2019, and we hammered out some agreements, and that's in the draft. Short-term rentals, we have those in Billings. Our current code does not allow a short-term rental of property in a neighborhood. So we crafted a set of what I call starter regulations about that. And then finally, the previous question session, we talked about the planned neighborhood development. And that was a tool that we crafted to make sure that the edges between the city and the county are working better than they are now and have more predictability for the neighbors, both within the city and the county. So accessory dwelling units, as I said, it's reemerging as a popular housing choice, whether that's because we have aging population and they want someone to be a live-in caretaker, but not that close, maybe in their own separate living quarters, or people are finding that their adult children need more assistance than they have in the past, and so they need an extra living unit. So one would be the primary dwelling and one would be the accessory dwelling. They don't create a duplex. They don't create a 2-unit property per se. They always have to be together. They cannot be sold separately. You can't put a dividing line between the two. It would be allowed by right in the first neighborhood and mid-century neighborhood zone districts, but special review required in the suburban residential neighborhood, the N3. It cannot be a 3rd unit on the property. In other words, if you already have a duplex or 2 full dwelling units, you can't add a 3rd as an accessory. The code built in some design requirements, and building codes must be met for these units. They can't just be a shed you buy at SBAR and put a little space heater in. These actually have to be built to the City of Billings building code. As Councilmember Neese mentioned before, zoning cannot override private covenants. In fact, zoning can never override private covenants, regardless of what part of the zoning you're talking about. But definitely, lots of covenants on subdivisions say 1 dwelling, 1 lot, that's it. So accessory dwelling units wouldn't be allowed in those subdivisions. We're going to propose that these accessory dwelling units get registered with planning if the owner wants to comply with these regulations. Nothing in this code requires people who own some of these existing ADUs to come in and register them. It's only if they wish to comply with these new regulations. Now, I will tell you that many of these existing accessory dwelling units are in neighborhoods that are going to be zoned N1 or N2, which allows 2 primary dwelling units by right. So if they wanted to, and let's say they own one of these properties and they don't live there, and they rent both of those dwelling units, all they would need to do would be to comply with the new zoning and then come into the building department and the planning department and say, I want to make sure my 2-unit property has 2 addresses. Part of that is bringing it up to building code requirements, life safety requirements, and we get to make sure in planning that it meets those new zoning code requirements for the N1 or N2 zone district. The proposed code also says that if you register that ADU, that you also file those restrictions as recorded agreement on the deed. It goes with the land. The property owner has to live in one of those units. The maximum floor area is 750 square feet. It can be internal to the primary residence, or it can be a detached unit. So, okay, I didn't put the map up, but we did create a map of where we believe there are these remaining 900 plus existing accessory dwelling units. And it really is concentrated towards the center of town. But there are a few out in West Billings and in the Heights as well. The short-term rentals. So right now, as I said, the code doesn't allow this use, but we have, or before COVID-19, we had about 300 locations in the city on any particular night were offered as short-term rentals, either as entire homes or just a bedroom or an ADU on property. So we know that the activity is happening. We know we don't get that many complaints about Airbnb or short-term rentals, despite the fact that we have 300 of them, or we did. We probably only got about 5 or 6 complaints a year. And usually that was because they had one bad guest. It created a problem in the neighborhood. So we crafted a set of what we call starter regulations to say, okay, let's just say for now that we're going to allow it guest homes, which are occupied by the by the owner or a renter, and tourist homes in our zone districts still cannot override private covenants. You'd register with the city, and then, just some very basic requirements that there be a person whose name and contact information is on that registration, so that if anything happened, that person could be contacted 24/7, 365 days of the year. Now, that information would be of record with the city. Finally, the planned neighborhood development, we're going to cover this, I hope, before we break for questions. So planned neighborhood development would apply in the red area of annexation. It also could apply, if a developer chose to use it, on a redevelopment project within the city limits. Let's say you had a 10-acre property and it had one house on it, it's in the city limits. You decide, hey, it's time that I use this property more effectively. They could choose to use the planned neighborhood development zoning tool. So urban level zone districts will not be allowed. They will not be part of the zone district mix in the county zoning code, except in Lockwood, because Lockwood has water and sewer services and also its own fire district and school district. So those would be allowed in Lockwood through the P&D process. In Billings, we'll have three types: a mixed use planned neighborhood development, a mixed residential, and then just a neighborhood planned neighborhood development. Each one has minimum and maximum percentages for different types of zone districts. So the neighborhood has, take the three basic zones of N1, N2, and N3 and mix and match how you'd like to. The other required zoning in each one of these planned neighborhoods is at least a little active open space for the neighborhood to use. It wouldn't be a fully developed neighborhood park per se, or even a community park, but it would be a space where people could just have a pickup game of catch, or just kids being outside playing around without necessarily a lot of playground equipment. It could just be a small square with a gazebo for people to gather in. So those are some elements that we built into this planned neighborhood development section of the code. The critical piece of this, particularly for those folks who are developers who are bringing big pieces of land into Billings with new neighborhoods and new spaces for city services to provide for those new neighbors, is the carrying cost of land. So bringing in a 60-acre piece of property and zoning it all at once, and then having a development plan that spans 12 or 15 years, there is a significant financial burden and lift for that developer to carry that property all the way through that development. So the part of this zoning tool that is critical is the idea that annexation and zoning comes together, and that the annexation is phased over time. That the developer does all of the zoning for the whole property at once, but as that property is phased in annexation, the zoning comes into being. It doesn't go into effect. It can't be developed with that zoning in the county. It only can develop once it's annexed to the city. So if you had 60 acres and you plan to develop it in 3 different phases, you could work on a timeline and triggers for that annexation as part of the planned neighborhood development. So that is kind of the essentials of the planned neighborhood development. Of course, all of the devilly details are in there. In the draft code section, I believe planned neighborhood developments are section 27,800. And that's where our break is.
Thank you, Nicole. I think that is a great time. It's 7:45. Let's everybody, we'll take a break for about 5 minutes, come back as close as we can to 7:50. It'll be a little after that. And when we do, we'll come back with questions and doubly details on what you've heard, and then move on to commercial and industrial districts, casinos regulations, bars and taverns. And after that, landscaping, signs, off-street parking. So see you in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Chiriki, are you with us? Once they join us, we'll turn it over for questions. Nicole. Nice and Triki will be with us directly. So let's begin again. As you remember, before the break, we had a presentation by our zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell. So if you've got questions of Nicole or comments related to any of those special zones, ADU, short-term rentals, planned neighborhood developments, this is your opportunity, or the district division generally. Do we have questions for Nicole concerning any of those items? Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I just wanted to say thank you to Nicole and the group is when you look through this, you'll actually see diagrams and pictures. And it really makes a difference trying to explain things when you actually can see a picture. And that's really been a big asset, which we didn't have before. So I just want to say that was a good feature that I really appreciate.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a note, if anyone's watching, if you can see this or not, but that's the code. They was just sent out to me today. But I did have a quick question.
I like to.
On PND, it's a lot of reading. The PNDs, if a developer has a 60-acre tract they're going to develop, and they want to do it in a PND, are they required to have different mixes of residential neighborhoods, or can they go ahead and just put in all N3 in their tract of land?
It doesn't allow just one zoning type to be chosen. So if you're looking at your code section 27800, the neighborhood plan development says that there's a minimum percentage of gross acres in N1 of 5%, a minimum of gross acres of N2 or mid-century neighborhood of 20%. And then, you could have up to 50% of that as an N3. Now, through private covenants, as you know, regardless of what zone district you put in there, if you want to say, I don't want any accessory dwelling units in my new planned neighborhood development, then you can certainly put that on as one lot, one house, one dwelling. You could put that in there. But the way we took our guidance from the city's growth policy is that we don't want new neighborhoods to only have one housing choice. And if it's 60 acres, there's certainly room to do some different types of housing choices.
Okay, and quick follow-up on that, Mayor, then. So is there a certain size of tract of land where they can just do one zone, or is it under this planned development unit? In other words, if they're doing only a 20-acre tract or a 10-acre tract and they want to do a PND?
The minimum size for a PND is 3 acres.
Okay.
So if you had 2.5 acres on the edge of town and you want to annex and do all N3, you can certainly do that.
Okay, but once you're in a PND, you have to have that mix of it. And I haven't read through that yet. I'll have to look through it.
Right. It obviously makes more sense for the larger tracts. And if annexations into the city limits, and this wouldn't apply to properties that are already developed, already have houses on them, already have a commercial development on them, and they're coming into the city to access city services, typically water and sewer. So if that's already in place, we're not going to make them chuck that all out the window and do a P&D. This is for the large tracts of land. And usually they're not as small as 3 acres. They're usually 20 or more acres. And sometimes they're much larger. They're 100+ acres. So it makes sense to do it this way.
Yeah, we have a lot in the North Heights that are already, I guess, plotted, so they wouldn't affect those. But if they bring some of that new land in, inner belt loop areas, those are all going to be required to have a percentage of different mixes in neighborhoods.
Right, depending on what they choose.
Other questions for Nicole? Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, is there a reason you picked out Lockwood on your PND for an explanation? On your second bullet point?
Sure. The point is that Lockwood is a special case in the county because it has those urban level services. And so they, in that community, could also have PNDs or require them when properties are going to access those services. So they also can be, you know, a mixture of housing types. They can build a town center. Under our current zoning code, there is no zoning district that really builds a town center, and Lockwood wants a town center. So one of the PND types in the county is the town center planned neighborhood development. So it's to allow them to put that together and get it going through the PND process.
Okay, follow up, Mayor, please.
Please.
The county part of this planning is separate from the city. Is there a limit on how far out in the county it goes? Or is it for the whole county of Yellowstone?
No, we don't have countywide zoning. The zoning jurisdictional boundary was set in 1973 by the planning board, and at that time it was 4.5 miles out from the city limits. There are places in the city limits that have no zoning outside of those city limits because the city has continued to grow inside that jurisdictional area over the 48 years it's been in place. So, for example, I can never remember the name of that subdivision on the far west end, like at 70th and Rimrock. I think it's Falcon Ridge.
Copper Ridge.
Right, Copper Ridge and Falcon Ridge. Some of that subdivision is surrounded by unzoned county land. So the county is not expanding its zoning jurisdiction. That's not part of this process. So the county zoning will only apply within that current jurisdictional area.
So how about the inner belt loop area? How much of that's in the county zoning?
All of it?
The whole thing, even the far reaches?
I believe so. Comes up and over the river. Well, that's the belt loop, but there's, as far as I can understand, the inner belt loop is all within the zoning jurisdiction of Yellowstone County.
Okay.
And maybe Mr. Friday has something he'd like to add.
Wyeth is frozen, but I think that's correct. It was 4 miles from the city limits, and those city limits are about the same place because they were defined by the rims.
Right.
Okay. Wyeth is either frozen in reality or just on the screen. Let's hope it's just on the screen. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Nicole, for this. Really, I like the cadence of this. It's easy to follow, so I appreciate that. I think we've talked about this before in other council meetings when we were talking about registering the ADUs and the VRBOs. With that registration, would there be a fee to the city?
Absolutely.
And what would that fee be based on, or is it just a one-time fee? And then I have a follow-up after that.
Okay. Some of these are renewable. So in other words, you don't just come in once and get it. They're either annual renewal or every 2 years. I know Monica Plecker is on the Zoom call with us, who's our planning division manager, has worked on developing at least some starter places for fees for these types of registrations based on what we believe will be the administrative cost of that. So we want to get it as close to as we can to the service provided for that registration. So it's not going to be $20, but it's probably not going to be $500 either. So somewhere in between there.
And Monica, if you are on and have a more specific number, feel free to offer it.
Sure, thank you. Councilmember Parrington, we did adopt with this year's budget cycle a couple of fees in anticipation of Project Recode. For the actual registration fee itself, we did not adopt a fee at this given time. But anytime that we are evaluating fees, it is solely based on the cost of delivering that service. So we'll still need to, come back before the council and make sure that any fees that we kind of missed in that initial process are considered and become part of our fee schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
The other thing, whenever you were talking about the ADUs and the building code, so I'm wondering, would this not include, because there's quite a thing about elder housing, and they're usually, it's similar to a tiny house that is built on a property. It's kind of like, I guess, the old Sears houses where they kind of come in a box and you put it up. But are those not going to be allowed, the tiny houses or those mother-in-law cottages or something like that, if it's not already on the property?
No, it would be allowed if you're in the right zone district where an accessory dwelling unit is allowed. Those, what I've heard them called medical cottages, or as you say, granny cottages, and those do come as like a kit, but they do meet, or they have to meet, local building code requirements. So they have to be put on a permanent foundation, they have to be plumbed and wired and all of that at the site. The tiny homes, the city of Billings did adopt the state appendix that is optional for local communities. They did adopt a tiny home building code section. And so that is very specific about site-built smaller dwelling units. And there are some specific requirements for that as well. Certainly one of those would absolutely fit in with the proposed accessory dwelling units. If the property owner chooses to make it an accessory unit. Certainly, since it's adopted as part of the building code, you could just say it's just a second unit on the property. In other words, ADU compliance and registration and restrictions is all a choice by the property owner.
Thank you very much, Council. I'm going to look for other questions from besides Councilmember Neese, but we'll come back to Councilmember Neese if nobody else has another question. Seeing none, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, you mentioned that in your conversation that N1 and N2 is allowed now to have 2 primary dwelling units by right. If I heard that correctly, and I looked it up on the code, and it does say 2 dwelling units, and N2 and N1 is got to, I'm assuming, permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
So today, and it's hard sometimes to compare the R residential to the N's, but if you today, what R codes only allow 1 dwelling unit?
There are, I believe, 3 zone districts that are restricted to single family only, no attached units. Every zone district based on lot area could have more than 1 detached dwelling. So if you're in R9600 and you have a 20,000 square foot lot, provided there are no covenants that would restrict it, you could have a second dwelling unit on that property. But as far as attached units, those are different zone districts.
Yeah,
So any zone district could have 2 units as long as they're detached from each other. The 3 zone districts that only allow single family detached dwellings is R9600, R60R, and R70R.
Okay. So those properties are going to be changed to either N1 or N2. So
No.
I'm sorry, they're not. What are they? Those
No.
being
No, most of those 3 zone districts in particular will more than likely switch to the N3 zone, which is the only single family only zone district in the new code.
okay. All right. So if you're living in one of those single family type codes now, the R codes is going to transfer over to the single family type N code.
In most cases, we did find some R96 zoning districts that were misapplied, that they don't really fit those new, that the character of that area.
I was looking at some R7000, and maybe it wasn't 7000R on the east side of Lake Elmo that is all now N2. And we could
Right. Right. So the R7000, which allows single family and 2 family dwellings, most of that translated to the N2 zone district.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Anybody else? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, I don't know if I understood you right, but when you were talking about square footage that can be brought into the city, there's no limit on how big a parcel or how big a lot can be brought into the city for one house?
No, there is not.
So if somebody had a 20-acre parcel, broke up into 4 5-acre lots, that can be brought into the city, no problem.
If you just have one house on one of those lots, that parcel could come in. But if you have 3 vacant 5-acre parcels, those would have to have a P&D or stay outside the city limits.
So you can't bring it in until the houses are built on them.
I'm saying that developed parcels can be brought into the city, but if you've already subdivided your lot and your house only sits on one of those lots, that lot is not subject to the planned neighborhood development requirement, but the vacant lots would be, depending on their size.
So if a builder had a 20-acre parcel, they would have to build all the houses, one on each 5-acre parcel, if he wanted to bring that in the city, or he couldn't even do that?
He could bring the house into the city on its own parcel.
Just on
The
one
other,
or all 4?
if they're not developed, then
No,
the P&D.
There'll be a house on all 4 lots.
Right, you could request annexation. The city council could decide whether to annex it or not, based on their annexation policy.
The only reason I ask that is there's a lot of lots out on the west end. And as you know, EPA and DEQ, they're getting a lot more strict on septic tanks, how they're handled, and water. And there's some high value houses getting built out there. It would be nice to have in the city, and the people would probably bring them in if they could get city services. So that's why I was asking.
Right. Well, still, I mean, if it's available to be annexed and not have the P&D rules apply, then it's still policy decision by the city council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else before we move on to the next section? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Nicole, just amazing work, and you have such patience with us. Thank you so much. So for people in the public who may feel overwhelmed with hearing R's and hearing N's and hearing all of these different numbers, and that can feel overwhelming. If a homeowner has lived in their neighborhood for many years And now they're hearing that they were an R number and they're going to move to an N number. And they're hearing all of these different terms. Should they feel as though they should panic that something's going to change in their neighborhood? Or for the most part, will the established neighborhoods as they are right now remain relatively the same?
Established neighborhoods will remain relatively the same. In fact, that's the way we went about this code update, was we wanted to create a zoning code that fit those existing neighborhoods. So we did our level best to put every parcel in the right new zone district. We've had that map up since May of 2019, and we have continued through all of the last year and a half to make sure wherever somebody has pointed out an error that we get it corrected. And we are at the final map. I'm still getting corrections, but just a few, not many, just a few, where people are saying, oh, I didn't know I could do that. You know, it's like, yes, we don't want to make your property non-conforming. We don't want to keep you in a zone district that doesn't fit the character of your property or your intentions for your property. We're not going to upzone people's property. So if you live in a neighborhood, we're not going to zone your property commercial, and vice versa. We're not going to zone your commercial property as a neighborhood zone. So we really tried very hard not to create those problems. And you know, if people have any questions, they can always call us. They can go to our website for project-recode.com, look at that zoning map, and let us know if we got it wrong. But for the most part, we are trying to protect the integrity of neighborhoods, not upset the apple cart, so to speak.
Nicole, on that, thank you. On that note, zoning in Billings traditionally has addressed the type of use of a building, the size of the building, where the building is located on a lot relative to other parcels, some rather large issues like that. But it has not, for the most part, attempted to govern what a building looks like. The architectural style, a big box is just as acceptable as something that has a lot of architectural style. Are there architectural standards that have been worked into Recode that you could address how the aesthetics might be changed or might not be changed?
Right. Well, as I said, we did a character assessment and a code assessment in 2018. And we wrote these new, particularly the N districts, to include some, just not a lot, some requirements to make new buildings or remodeled buildings in these neighborhoods fit in. So if, say, for example, a current code says your maximum building height is 34 feet, and you can have, there's no roof type at all, and you're putting it on in a neighborhood on the south side, and every other house along that street front has a gabled pitched roof that faces the front, has a door and windows that show the face to the street, and you put a square box with a side door on it and no like one front window, that is not in the character of that neighborhood. And so we built in a few requirements. These are not architectural standards by any means. These are site development requirements to make sure that that new building or that remodeled building stays within the character of that district. And the same goes for the N2 zoning, the mid-century neighborhoods. So we said, okay, these buildings are different. These neighborhoods are different. It has a lower slung roof. It has a ranch style. It's spread out across the lot. Yes, it has a driveway that comes from the front and goes to a garage that's on the side of the building, or maybe it's a side entrance garage. Either way, we built those types of character requirements into the new zoning. We also said, yes, of course, there are some minimum setbacks for side that are required to property lines to the side, but really we want to emulate the type of buildings that were brought towards the street instead of set way back from the street. So those buildings frame the street. It becomes a neighborhood instead of, you know, a place where there's, oh, look, there's a house at 100 feet back from the street. What happened? Well, maybe the front house burned down. So when the new house, if another house gets built on the front of the lot, it's brought to the street and it matches or is similar to the other buildings on the street. So those are the kinds of things that we built into this new N district. And the same goes for the suburban residential areas as well.
Thank you. I think we should continue on. We've got a lot of room to cover. So could you take up our commercial industrial districts and casinos?
Sure. Not always the same places. Okay. Also, I want to remind the council that although we have, oops, should I go back one? Although we have tonight and we haven't scheduled another work session with you, certainly if we cannot get through all of the content tonight or you want to have another work session, we can certainly prepare and come back to you on November 2nd. Your public hearing is scheduled first reading on November 9th at your city council regular business meeting. That would be first reading. So our existing zone districts for commercial, public, and industrial are 11. And when we said we went on a code diet, we did in some areas, but not in this area. We found that some of these commercial and districts were too general. There were too many uses, and it created unpredictability for neighborhoods and for developers. And it's like, well, you know, I can't really know what's going to go next door to me when this code district is so wide open. So we put a little more detail into these new zone districts that really does emulate the character of some of our commercial areas and corridors, and some of the development that's happened in zone districts that spans the universe from an office space to a contractor's yard. So these new zone districts are meant to be more predictable for developers and neighborhoods, and for you as a city council when you're considering zone changes. So Central Business District is staying pretty much the same as it is. The Downtown Support Zone District is meant to replace the Community Commercial and the South 27th Street District that goes from the interstate up to downtown, and then North 27th, where that Community Commercial is on the east side, and then along 4th and 6th, where it goes through downtown. So this zone district is intended to create the ability to have more support type businesses for downtown, including multifamily at a much denser scale than would be allowed normally. So it's meant to build in some residential uses close to downtown, but not in downtown itself. The eBird is pretty much staying the same as it is. All of those existing underlying zone districts are going to stay in place. The controlled industrial and heavy industrial are also pretty much staying the same. They're just getting their names changed and updated to light industrial and heavy industrial. Where we made big changes were in the community commercial zones outside of downtown. And we created 3 zone districts out of that 1 zone district of community commercial. We said there's a corridor mixed use 1 zone district, has some commercial uses that can be made to fit well with adjacent residential areas. These are smaller lots generally. Corridor Mixed Use 2 for much bigger lots like West Park Plaza and Rimrock Mall and some of the other areas that are large retail establishments. Then the heavy commercial, which is a blend of highway commercial and community commercial. And this is for the contractor yards where they have heavy equipment storage needs and equipment and supplies of all kinds that generally is stored outdoors. And these areas are nowhere near residential areas, and they are separated even from the commercial corridors. The neighborhood mixed use takes some parts of the neighborhood commercial, but really dials down the number and types of uses. The neighborhood commercial has kind of outgrown its name. Some of these places you wouldn't want close to your neighborhood and some of those uses, so we've dialed that down. The neighborhood office is meant to replace a residential professional, but also dialing back some of those uses that ended up in residential professional. So let's go. So big issue for the council. It's been a big issue for the council since at least 2006. Our current code allows anyone to bring in a special review in a community commercial zone or some of the other commercial zone districts for primarily, we just look at the alcohol, on-premise alcohol service with or without gaming. And it allows the city council to decide whether to grant a waiver of our zoning required 600-foot separation to a church, a school, or park with playground. It doesn't have any separation requirement from residential areas or neighborhoods. And so we've heard a lot about that, and we kind of listened, and we wanted to regulate what mattered. And what appeared to matter to the council and our neighborhoods is the bars and casinos specifically. There was no concerns that were brought to us about Enzo's or Giuliano's or some of these other places that are just restaurants that have on-premise alcohol service. They don't create problems in neighborhoods generally. And so we didn't spend a lot of time working to regulate those. We spent all of our time looking at and talking about how to set the dials for casinos and bars. So what we came up with and what's been proposed is that there be non-reducible separation of casinos. And that's a place that has 10 or more gaming machines, from churches of 600 feet, schools 600 feet, parks with playgrounds 600 feet, and from residential zones at 350 feet. Now, we did exempt from the separation requirement the Central Business District, the East Billings Urban Renewal District, and the light industrial zones, just because downtown has been exempt from the separation requirement for three decades in our zoning code. We've not required the separation distance downtown. East Billings is very similar to downtown in the way the code is set up. And so we thought that would be a useful place to also exempt. And then the light industrial zone districts, there's no expectation usually that there be some sort of separation from these uses in those zone districts. Now, we also changed the way we measured. Right now, our code says that you must measure property line to property line. So for example, a couple of years ago, the city council considered an application from Blaze Pizza to have a beer and wine license on-premise service for their new pizza place that was facing 24th Street West. And the reason you had to consider it as a special review and a waiver is because it's on the Rimrock Mall property. And the Rimrock Mall property shares a property line with Stewart Park. And so you have to grant or consider a waiver every time a restaurant serves alcohol on Rimrock Mall property. So we said, those are not really big deals. Those are not what concern people. Also, how we measure makes a difference. The Blaze Pizza property is over 1,100 feet away from Stewart Park. You cannot see Blaze Pizza from Stewart Park at any point because the mall is in between those two uses. So we said, let's figure out a way to measure that makes sense. So we're going to measure from the outside of the structure where that casino is located to the property line of the protected use. So if you had Blaze Pizza come in next week and the new code's adopted, we'd say, no, you don't have to have a waiver. We measured, it's 1,100 feet away, and it's 800 feet away from the school, from the outside of your building or your occupied space to that protected use. So we don't need a waiver in those cases. We don't even need a special review if you're not a casino or a bar. So we had to create definitions. What do we mean by a bar or a tavern? It's a place where alcohol is served and where the total sales of alcohol is greater than the total sales of food. So if you're not combining this with a casino, there are different separation requirements, and those are also non-reducible. And that's 600 feet, again, from churches, schools, parks with playgrounds, and 150 feet to residential zones. But the separation does not apply in Central Business District. We added downtown.
Where did we lose her?
For DX zone districts, you could add a limited or small 9 or fewer gaming machines. Uh-oh. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So not every place where we have an existing bar or casino is going to be conforming. In fact, we looked at a stretch of Grand Avenue, and I picked out the 22 bars and casinos that we have, basically from 9th Street West all the way out to 54th and Grand now, and tried to figure out whether they could comply with these new separation requirements. And I found of the 22, 5 would meet those new requirements. Now, that creates a legal nonconformity with those properties. They can absolutely stay there forever unless the property is destroyed by more than 50% of its replacement cost. It cannot expand more than 10%, and it can absolutely cannot expand closer to that separated use than they already are now. They can adapt the building to new technologies. So they can do all the interior remodeling they want to. They can expand the use to the full extent of the building without getting in trouble with nonconformity restrictions. But they would not be able to come in and rebuild. If the use is abandoned for more than 6 months, or the structure is vacant for more than a year, then that use cannot go back in that location or in that building.
Hey, and Nicole, can you just clarify those numbers? Did you say 5 of the 22 meet the requirements, which would suggest that 17 are in a non-compliance status, or did I have that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, I didn't look at all of the bars and casinos existing within the city. Obviously, there are so many, there's over 100, but I looked at the street where we seem to have a good number of these locations. I did not look at restaurants that serve alcohol because that use is not going to trigger a special review requirement in the new code. we took all of our energy and focused it on these two particular uses. So these would still require special review, and they would have to meet those separation distances. Now, of course, whenever you put a numerical value in the code, there is an ability for you as a council to say, I don't like that number. I would like to have a different number. These are numbers that we took basically from our existing code, which says 600 feet. And then from suggestions that came from different task forces about separations to residential areas and what the particular influence of that use could have on those adjacent residential uses.
Nicole, it kind of begs the obvious question, what kind of input or pushback came from the Tavern Association, the bars and casinos, when the committee were wrestling with these details?
I will tell you, we did go and made a couple of presentations to the Tavern Owners Association and the Restaurant Owners Association. Obviously, there were some concerns there. I have not received any input back from them about how they would adjust the code. If it were to go into effect, they did not send a representative or attend or call in to any of our public hearings. So they're totally aware of these proposed regulations, but I have not received any, I don't know what you call pushback. I always invite criticism because you can't get better unless you get criticized, right? So I haven't heard anything from that, those two groups.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
All right. So I got to flip through my paper here to make sure I'm on the right page. All right. I think we're going to cover landscaping and off-street parking and then proportionate compliance, and then we'll take more questions. So
Nicole, before you move on to landscaping, sure. I do want to give council members opportunity to ask question on what they've just heard. So
okay,
do that. Yeah, questions for Nicole on the commercial side and the casino side of this. Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Nicole, on the different zones in this, what you just went through, will those be taxed differently than what they are now? Would that zoning have any bearing on how much taxes they pay?
No. Okay. The Department of Revenue does not base their property tax category on zoning. They base it on use. Now, the city of Billings has fee structures for different services like street maintenance and arterial construction and stormwater that are partially based on zoning. So those, we've been working with Public Works staff over the last year and a half, looking at the new zone districts, and they are going to come to you next fiscal year and propose a new fee structure for these new zone districts.
Okay.
So those will change.
Sure. Follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
The only question that I have too on whenever you were talking about there can't be a rebuild if more than 50% or more of the structure is lost to fire. And you gave it a 6-month window. And I was just kind of concerned about insurance. Insurance claims sometimes go on forever, it seems like. But I would imagine when you've got a 6-month window, you would really be sweating it to get that if it were caught up in some sort of litigation. Are there exceptions to that?
Oh, certainly. I mean, the intent of this is to allow for those lag times, you know, like say you had a kitchen fire, right? And you're going to have to replace the hood in the kitchen and there's some smoke damage. and you have an insurance claim, usually what happens is they bring those kind of immediate building permit to us within a couple of weeks. We got to close up the building, we're going to do this and that. And so that's all part of, they're actively pursuing the reconstruction of the building following a disaster. So when we talked about the continuation of use beyond, a certain time, that was, I'm just going to read here. It's in 27-1500. It's all this section on nonconformity. So if it's abandoned for 1 year or more, so let's say, this bar or casino goes out of business and the structure just sits there for more than a year, vacant, then a new one can't come back to that same location unless it comes into conformance with the code in place at the time. So let's see. The 6 months, where was that? I can find it for you and I can send it to, when a non-conforming use is abandoned for 6 months or more, it shall be considered terminated. So it would be like you had a fire and the owner walked away and, everything is like boarded up and nobody can get a hold of them. Abandonment really means that you've walked away from the property. It's not like you're working on an insurance claim. So to speak. So there's some definitions also in 27-1500 that are in there right now that'll get moved to the definition section, so you can read those. What is meant by abandoned or abandoned, and that sort of thing. So hopefully that answered your question.
Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Sorry, I apologize. I recognize Councilmember Neese and then Councilmember Joy. Councilmember Neese, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I actually have 3 questions, but I only ask one for right now. Nicole, you mentioned as far as the different commercial zones. Today, I think if you have storage, there's not a difference between like an open storage or storage facility. Will there be a difference for where you can have an open storage facility in the new versus a storage facility where most everything is kind of kept neat and orderly and inside?
Sure. That would be in the use standards under 27-1000 of the code, and some of that is in the table that you'll see as a primary use. It'll say open storage, and it's a PR restricted or PL location limits within that zone district. So, and then in the back under accessory uses, let's say it's not the primary use, but they have storage of equipment and supplies is required because of that use. There's a whole section in 27, I believe it's 1009 for accessory uses, subsection R, about outside storage.
Thank you.
It would be on, page 72 of that section.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to commend the committee, everyone who worked on this recode, and particularly on this issue of bars and casinos. As everyone is aware, Ward 3 has issues where we have residential right up against bars, casinos that are very problematic for a residential area. So I would just like to commend you for your hard work and the subtlety and the nuanced approach that you're taking to this. I think it's very clear, and I can think of properties that are vacant and they are casinos that under this regulation would not be able to come back as casinos because they're too close to residential areas. So I just really like to commend everyone who's worked on this. Very good.
Thank you. Other questions for Nicole on this commercial component. Back to Councilmember Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, you mentioned that the downtown and the eBird was exempt. Did you guys consider, or was there any talk about, instead of being exempt, maybe using, because it is more dense, to have a smaller distance for some of those protected classes? And instead of 600 feet, maybe 100 feet or 200, whatever it may be, did you consider a smaller distance instead of just completely exempt? Because I know the eBird wants to build some residential out there, and then now we could have some conflicts if they're building residential out there, and there's, and including downtown, we want some residential down there. We may have some conflicts or whatever else may be down there. Was that discussed, or would you consider putting a smaller distance in there for those zones?
I could tell you that the group did not discuss a lot of that on those 2 or 3 zone districts. One, because the central business district zone is currently exempt from any separation requirements for churches, schools, or parks. We did talk about the issue of exemption for casinos in that downtown support zone district, which, if you looked at the map, and we'll look at a little later, the north and south 27th Street is the downtown support, as well as 4th and 6th, not in the eBird. We didn't exempt casinos from separation distances there. One, because generally where you have a casino, they do have higher incidents of crime. And that's the kind of the biggest issue about the residential zoning and those other uses close to those casino uses. But we wanted to keep that exemption for the central business district intact as we develop the new parts of the code. Certainly, if the council thinks that's a big issue in downtown and eBird, that you could propose some adjustments or amendments to those numbers in the code. They are kind of like sliders. We stuck with 600 because that's what we've been used to here in Billings for several decades, and we're measuring it differently. So,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nicole, why and then you should probably move on to landscaping and signs, but why 350? Just seems a little harder not to operate in round numbers. Was there something magic about that number?
There actually was. 350 is a city block and a street. If you put those two numbers together, you get 350 feet. So a block away. It's a starting point. Obviously, bars don't necessarily have the same impact as a casino, which usually also has a bar. So we decided that 350, a city block and a street away, it seemed to work as far as numbers.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead then and move on to your next section, please.
Okay, thank you. See if we can go right back to where we were. And landscaping. Okay, so the existing zoning code has 7 different kinds of landscaping codes. There's the standard code that applies in many of the zone districts. There's the eBird code, the entryway zones, medical corridor, the South 27th Street corridor, and North and South Shiloh corridors. We took the best parts of each one of these, and the landscaping working group worked really hard to come up with one code. Now, because the eBird zone district is a relatively new zone district, and that landscaping code was built specifically for that district, we left that intact. We didn't try and incorporate it into this new code that will apply in all the other zone districts in the city. One feature of the new landscaping code is what we heard clearly from our growth policy update, was that people want to be able to walk in their neighborhoods. They want to be able to walk in their commercial areas. And so street trees are a big part of walkability. So the landscaping code will require street trees in every zone district, one every 40 feet. That doesn't mean you have to space them 40 feet apart. It means that if you have 80 feet of frontage, that you do 2 trees and you can place them wherever you would like to along that street frontage. If you have a boulevard, you could certainly choose to put them in the boulevard, or you can put them behind the sidewalk on the adjacent private property. So buffer yards are going to be based on a point system that is a chart. I don't think I included the chart, but it's full. It's a full chart, shows all the zone districts. So your proposed development and then the existing development, and you put those two together and it comes up with one of 3 types of buffer yards. So when you have a commercial use adjacent to a residential use, a neighborhood use, then you do the most extensive buffer yard. And when I say extensive, they're not anything like our current buffer yard standards. Extensive means that you have a fence, that you have shrubs, and you have trees in 10 feet along that adjacent property line. So some of our codes right now say it has to be 25 feet wide, it has to have a berm, it has to have 4 trees every 100 feet, which is, I don't know if you're familiar with tree planting, but 1 tree every 25 feet is pretty dense for a certain types of trees. So we've created a system we think is really going to work well. The county adopted this section of the new zoning code in May of 2019, and it's worked well in the county. The counties is a little different because they don't have all of the same zone districts as we do in the city. And of course, they have agricultural zones where you don't need any landscaping. There are also zone districts in the city that will be exempt. For example, an open space public 1 zone district doesn't have to put in a buffer yard. In fact, you don't want a buffer yard. It is the buffer yard. It is the open space. So annual net benefit of a street tree on public land is $172 benefit to the city of Billings every year. And it's the only city infrastructure that increases in value over time. Off-street parking, the current off-street parking rules for the city are not in the zoning. They're in the building and site development regulations. These were taken out of zoning in 1985 and put in that section of the city code. But city engineering has agreed that it's important that we have the off-street parking code in zoning, and we would administer the parking ratios, and they would keep the construction and storm drainage and all of those engineering focused regulations in their part of the code. So these new parking codes better reflect our current uses and the transportation options that are available in the city. In the city, we will allow some offsets for transit, access to transit, and most mixed-use commercial zones will need to provide 1 bike parking rack. This was agreed by the Urban Issues Working Group, and this seems it's a step in the right direction. It's certainly, not the full bike parking ratios that some other communities have, but it's a start to recognize that some people do make their way around Billings primarily on bikes. So we did set a maximum off-street parking ratio, but it allows an administrative appeal to increase above that maximum ratio in certain circumstances. We will continue the no off-street parking provisions for eBird and Central Business District. And all new parking structures and parking lots can have electric vehicle charging stations as an allowed accessory use. And so how are we going to get these fantastic new landscaping and parking rules in place for existing development. Well, instead of just saying, okay, you're non-conforming and you can't do anything except bring the entire site into compliance, we developed a section called proportionate compliance, and this is section 27-1100. And it specifically allows an existing development that wants to do a complete remodel or build up or add on to provide proportionate compliance to that development. So over time, we get closer to compliance with the code. Current code says if you expand your building by more than 25%, or you increase your parking demand or ratio by 25% or more, you have to bring the site into complete compliance with landscaping. But the current code has no look back. So we have properties who've done serial expansions of 20% or 24% over 6 years, never triggered the landscaping improvements. Still no trees, no buffer yards, nothing. So the new code says we can do it incrementally, and it will be based on how much you're expanding. And some of that can be based on the value of your expansion. And the same goes for parking. It also says we can look back over the last 5 years. So if you did less than 10% in 2018, expansion wise, and you're doing 25% this year, we can say, okay, that would trigger a 35% proportionate compliance with these new regulations. Okay, and we could break for more questions, or we can talk about sign code.
Why don't we take questions before we go to sign code? Are there questions? Nicole, the 5-year look back still seems pretty easy. I don't want to say evade, but once you've done a remodel, getting back at it within that 5-year period seems relatively unlikely. Are we really solving the problem with only a 5-year look back?
I think we are. I think we really are. Because some of this isn't just gross floor area anymore, it's value, proportionate value. So if you have $100,000 building, but your building permit is, going to add $75,000 to that building, we can also use that part of the code to get to proportionate compliance.
Okay, other questions for Nicole on landscaping or the off-street parking requirements? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, this is a question regarding landscaping, and I can't seem to find it here. I read it when I was looking at the online research than the paper, but has to do with chain link fence. Did I read correctly that chain link fence is not allowed in residential zones or neighborhood zones?
In the landscaping, in different buffer yards, a screening fence or opaque fence is required. I don't think that we put that chain link was not allowed in a neighborhood zone.
I saw it under prohibited material. I think it was chain link, and I can't search it because I'm looking through the.
Okay, and you said it was specifically in that part of the code that deals with fences?
It was, which
okay.
I'm really opposed to barring chain link fence from being used. When you think about especially in neighborhood zones, opaque fences will allow a lot of people to hide behind. When we talk about the SEPTED and what we're doing to try to design things for better safety, there's a lot of neighborhoods that you drive by and you can't see what's behind the corner, what's around the fence. But when you go through some of the neighborhoods that have chain link fence, you can see everything. You feel a lot more safer. I know in my neighborhood, there's a lot of chain link fence. We can see what's going on in our neighborhood as far as if anyone's coming by. So I really would hope that we could reconsider something like chain link fence as far as being prohibited.
As far as I can tell, I'm looking at section 1200, and it would be 271210, fences, walls, and hedges. It specifically says that all fences in residential commercial zone districts shall be constructed from materials commonly used for fences. The only prohibited materials are railroad ties, intact wood pallets, tires, and rubble.
I'll find that and email it to you, so I'll take it.
Now, I will tell you, in the East Billings Urban Renewal District, there are some districts that don't allow chain link fencing, specifically those subzone districts that are the Railspur Village. I don't even think it's allowed in the Central Works District, but it is allowed in the industrial zone districts in eBird. But that would be the only place where chain link is prohibited.
Okay, I'll double check and email that to you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Other questions for Nicole on this topic? I don't see any. So Nicole, signs.
Okay. I'll go back to share. Hopefully we won't get stuck again. So I don't know how many of you know or have ever read all of the sign codes for the city of Billings, but of the 472 pages of city zoning code, 120 of them have to do with signs. And there can be, there's sign code for North and South Shiloh District, there's sign code for entryway districts, there's sign code for South 27th Street District, there's sign code for Medical Corridor District. So we said, okay, this is nuts. Let's consolidate. So the sign code working group worked for 2 years. Thank you, Councilmember Brown, for all your work on that. To figure out what are the best parts of those existing codes and pull them into one sign code for the city. And that is exactly what we did. There are other parts of the sign code that were not content neutral. In other words, you had to read the sign to know whether it's an allowed sign. And because sign code regulates speech and public speech, it has to be content neutral. You cannot tell one person that your sign that says "Eat at Joe's" is fine, but the same sign on the same property that says "Elect Mayor Cole President" is not allowed. So they have to be content neutral. You have to be able to substitute one type of content for another type of content on the same sign in the same zone. So we kind of stripped out all of that not content neutral regulations. We added window signs as a regulated sign. Right now we say if you post that sign on the inside of the window, it doesn't count as a sign. We have some buildings that have every single window covered with signage. But it's not a sign according to the code. So we clarified that. We got to a good place, I think, with the window signs. We also clarified what are exempt signs. In other words, you don't need a permit to have the sign, but it still has to comply with other parts of the code. And temporary signs. So your political signs, your garage sale signs, your real estate signs, these are all signs that come and go on property. We also talked about how we should not have private signs in public right-of-ways. That's our current code, with one exception. But it's not going to continue in the new code, and that is the banners on the downtown sky bridges. And those are only on sky bridges that are over the public right-of-way, but have an adjacent private property owner. So we're going to say, private property owners, if you want to continue to allow banner signs on these sky bridges, be our guest. We're not going to regulate them through our sign code. And then also part of any new zoning is that you're going to end up with some things that are not going to be conforming, and signs are no exceptions here. But we decided that there could be a little bit of nuance here for non-conforming signs. So if the sign becomes non-conforming, but it's within 20% of the new code requirement, it would be considered a minor non-conforming sign and could continue and have some adjustments over time. A major non-conforming sign would not be allowed to do any changes to the sign structure except to bring it into conformance with the new code. Examples of major non-conforming signs are signs that are hanging out way over the city's public right-of-way, or are more than 20% out of conformance with the new code. So we tried to build in some ability for those existing signs to keep going, but some not. So we talked about nonconformities in relation to bars and casinos, but there will also be nonconforming uses that are nonconforming under the existing code, and they'll still be nonconforming under the new code. And so the existing zoning, section 27-400 on nonconformities, is essentially going to stay the same in this new code section 27-1500. So if you're non-conforming now and the new code still keeps you non-conforming, you're going to stay non-conforming.
Nicole, you froze, but we'll wait here for.
If you're an illegal use, not allowed in that zone district, built a building without a permit and it doesn't meet the setbacks or some other part of the existing zoning code, but it was never approved. It didn't exist before the existing zoning code was put in place. It's still going to be illegal under this new zoning code if it's still illegal under this new zoning code. Non-conforming uses and non-conforming structures can be a significant burden on property. They, especially since 2008, we have seen literally hundreds of zoning variances that are initiated through the rebuild letter process in our office. So people come in, they're getting a loan for a house, and it's in a zone district that has 30% lot coverage, but the house was built before that standard and it's 35% or 40% lot coverage. They're not going to get the loan until they get a zoning variance approved for that additional lot coverage. Sometimes it's setbacks to the front. So we have minimum setbacks now, but they're 15 feet instead of 20 feet to the minimum setback. So they have to get a zoning variance. So there are many of these that we do right now because of this out-of-date code. There will be no use variances. So a manufacturing business in one of our neighborhoods cannot become conforming through a variance. That is state law, and that will continue to be the case under the new code. So that's just a few notes on nonconformities. And we can break here. The next section is about the zoning map. So do you want to break again or keep going?
Only if there are questions on nonconformities and signs, and then we'll move on to the zoning map. So council, do you have questions about sign or variance process, nonconformities process? And Nicole, if you can minimize your screen, I'll be able to see the numbers. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Nicole, in regard to the temporary signs, are those determined by how they're constructed? For example, are temporary signs considered to be on the wires, like what we see political signs on that are put in the yards? Or, and I guess the question I'm really getting to is, I see some of these roofing signs they're, that's a promotion of a business, and I see them in people's yards way beyond the time that roofing company is still there. And
Right.
so how did those actually fit into the temporary sign?
Right. Well, they are temporary signs under the current code, and they'll continue to be temporary signs under the new code. Now, we can't be everywhere, so this is an enforcement issue. We do tend to, I do have code officers like, keep your eyes open, especially for signs that are put in the public right of way, maybe on property where they could not have gotten owner permission to put that there, because that's the current code. That'll continue to be the code. So if you see something that looks like it's been there for 6 years and the roof has been done for quite a while, let us know so we can contact the property owner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Nicole on signs, nonconformities, variances? Don't see any. So Nicole, onto the zoning map.
Okay. Okay, so we updated all of the zone districts. So we had to make sure that every property got itself in the right new zoning district. Let me see if I can manage to share again. Here we go. Oh dear. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop and then escape and then restart and share again. And okay, so the legend for the map is shrinking. We're going to have fewer colors on the new map. One, because we ran out of colors on the existing map. We told we couldn't create any more zone districts. We're out of colors. So the new legend is on the right. The old legend is on the left. As we were talking before, what does R96 become? Well, most of it's going to become N3. But as we were updating the map, we wanted to make sure we practice good planning. So we changed districts along rear property lines or alleys where it's needed. We match zone districts across street when necessary. Corner parcels can have more intense zones than mid-block parcels. Residential zones equal neighborhood zones. And we try to reduce nonconformities whenever possible and practical. I'll give you an example of that. The Harper Madison little restaurant, bakery on 10th Avenue North is zoned residential. We're not carrying that forward. It's not going to be an N2 or an N1 zone. It's going to be a neighborhood mixed use zone. The Poly Food Basket, similar, zoned R9600. It's going to be neighborhood mixed use. So wherever we found those nonconformities for no other reason than somebody took a big paintbrush in 1972 and painted over the entire neighborhood without considering the existing character and fabric of that neighborhood, we went and tried to fix that. So most newer R96 zones are going to be neighborhood 3 on the new zone map. Some of the older neighborhoods that have residential 9600 on them that have a mix of 1 family, 2 family, some even have 4 family dwellings in those neighborhoods. We said, let's look at this character and figure out whether that really is an N3. And if it didn't have big houses on big lots, we said, okay, let's look at N1. Let's look at N2. Does it fit the character of these zone districts better? So we updated districts to reflect those actual uses and developed to reduce nonconformities. So duplexes in R9600, especially if they were created before 1972, we're not going to keep them under this blanket of non-conforming use. We're going to say, let's update that to the right zone. And similar for the commercial zone districts, if the commercial corridor has very shallow lots with an alley and then a neighborhood behind it, we're going to zone those mostly corridor mixed use 1 because they're not big lots and they don't have streets that separate them from neighborhoods. They just have alleys, or sometimes they share a property line. So here's the existing zoning map with all the colors on it. So we looked at every parcel within that zoning jurisdiction. And here's what we came up, and I've just pulled some snips out of our final maps that we got to before the City Zoning Commission hearings. So you'll see the light green color here is the N2, and that is going to match up with the existing zone districts here that are residential 7,000 in most cases. So we have residential manufactured home zoning here and here. Main Street is such a combination of different types of uses. Although we strove to match zone districts across the street from one another, in some places we couldn't always do that based on the existing development and of that property. So we have the dark brown here is the heavy commercial, the CX zoning. This red, fire engine red, is the corridor mixed use 2. And that's really based on the use of the property, nothing else. So these, these share a property line with the residential zone, but the uses on those properties don't match with the corridor mixed use 1 zone districts. So we left that kind of intact. We didn't want to create a nonconformity where we didn't have to. Of course, planned unit developments or planned developments that are specialized and customized zones that the City Council approves are just going to stay exactly the way they are. They are not changing. If that zone district, that planned development has named an underlying zoning, we are archiving the existing zoning code in those districts so that in the future, we can refer back to those zone district designations to make sure that we are being consistent within that planned development. So this PUD for Walmart has an underlying zoning of community commercial. We're not updating that to corridor mixed use 1 or 2 or anything like that. We're going to keep a copy of the community commercial zone districts and refer to that when we have questions about what's allowed use or similar in that PD. So you'll see where we have some multifamily zoning and development. We have the mixed use 3 zoning, which is this orange. The N3 zoning is going to match the R96 color. It's going to be bright canary yellow. So you can see the Twin Oaks subdivision here, which has 2 zone districts on it now, residential 6,000 and residential 5,000, but it's all single family zoning. It's going to update to an N3 because that's the character of that neighborhood and that's the housing style that was built there. I will tell you that we've also increased the lot coverage from kind of this low level of 30% in most of our zone districts to 40%. And then in some of the, like the N1 and the mixed residential zones up to 60%. So we're not going to have the lot coverage issues that has kind of pushed some developers to rezone to some of these 2-family zone districts because they want the higher lot coverage requirement allowed in those zones, kind of making it less of an issue You don't change zoning based on the fact that you want more lot coverage. You should base it on what you want to build. Here is the downtown piece and a little bit of, the Central Terry and North Park neighborhoods. So this light blue here, or kind of royal blue, is the downtown support zone district. So we have some over here on the edges, but it wraps around the central business district and then goes down South 27th Street. Central business district is kind of this darker blue, indigo blue. The medical corridor is updating to this public 3 campus development. There are 3 categories for the public 3, and one is for medical uses, one is for educational uses like colleges, and then one for civic uses like Metro Park. So it's a specialized zone district that is for places that have, a certain focus for their development. Then of course, eBird is all one color on the map here. And then you see public 1, so that's Pioneer Park. And then over here is North Park. But the school has a different zone designation because it's not a park, it's a school. So the public 2 zoning is for churches and schools and small developments that are for the city or the county that have like 1 or 2 buildings on them. But when you get more than 2 buildings on a public 2 zone, then you really want to consider, is that more of a campus? Is that a P3 zone instead? This shows a piece of part of the West End. So this is Grand and Shiloh and Zimmerman Trail. So you can see the mixture of zone districts that we have going on here along the corridors. But we zoned, we found all the schools, we found all the churches, we put them in their new zone district of P2. You can still do a church or a school in a residential zone. If it's a church, it has to go through special review. Your alternative is that you would rezone it to public 2 instead. So those are a variety of different zone districts. And then this is another piece of Grand Avenue here. This is the West Park Plaza, and then the new condominium structures behind there. So since it's not mixed into the structure of the mall itself, it's a standalone parcel. We zoned it as it's being used instead of keeping it in that CMU2 zone district. We have the public 2 zoning here for the schools, and then the Catholic Church schools up here. So we also have a lot of N2. This was built in the mid-century of last century. But where we had like little fourplexes, we zoned that NX1. So that's the dark green there. Where we have larger construction, more units in buildings, that's the NX2 zone district.
And here, Nicole, I'm gonna just jump in and try to wrap us up.
Okay.
We've now put almost 2.5 hours in, and we have an executive.
Okay.
We better do and we still have to have a public hearing. What else would you like to present to us as sort of a wrap up?
Oh, okay. Well, my wrap up would be the administrative procedures section is definitely something you want to take a look at. We have process flow charts. We have tables for people to clearly see what's required for each type of application. The special review is no longer going to be considered an allowed use. In other words, the city council right now has to prove the negative, but the new code will say special reviews are exceptions to the rules in those zone districts where they are designated special review, and it's up to the applicant to prove the positive. So they need to come to the table with a little more than a sketch plan, which is all that's required now. So we're also going to add pre-application neighborhood meetings for special reviews. They're not required now. We find that those are very helpful to the neighborhood and developers to have that conversation started before they get to public hearings. And that is my wrap up. Just to reiterate, if you would like us to come back on November 2nd, we can. We'll certainly take all your questions and comments and concerns. And in the interim, we are scheduled to have that public hearing on November 9th as a first reading. If you want to go beyond that night for first reading, we could certainly take this first reading onward to November 23rd. But you should know as well that the county commissioners are taking up their public hearing on November 10th in the morning. So they'll be looking at their code in a public hearing as well the same week.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess I'd be surprised if we did not want you to come back. Hopefully by then we'll have had opportunity to read more closely the 427 pages and pose some more specific questions to you. How would you like us to handle as we continue this review process? If we have questions, can we pass them to staff? And is there a way for staff to incorporate changes without having to have a big council discussion with 11 people on them, especially with more simple changes that are, call them a little more straightforward? Nicole, you're muted.
Okay. Sorry about that. Because you're in the middle of a public hearing process and you have a recommendation based on a draft code from the City Zoning Commission, I would say anything other than just grammatical changes, spelling corrections, things like that, things of substance we want to know about, we want to hear about, we want to help you craft some change to the language to get at those issues and concerns. So that's the kind of thing I think that we can absolutely deal with and, work on those big issues. So if your big issue is that you don't think we've got the numbers right for those bar and casino separation distances, tell us about that. If you don't think we've got it right on the sign code or parts of the sign code, let us know so we can come back and see if we can address those issues. And those would be amendments that would be offered up at the public hearing process at your first readings.
Okay, Councilmember Neese, other questions, and then we'll open up for public comment, and many of the steering committee members are with us, and during that public comment period, we would invite them to make any comments that they would like to. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, you made a couple of comments, and I kind of thought this was probably happening. You mentioned that, for instance, like Harper and Madison is going to change, you're going to upscale their thing because that's what the use is. And I probably don't disagree with that, and that's not an issue. But I guess what we're talking about here, when you do that, that's an actual zone change. If we didn't have the recode here to fix that, they would have to go through a zone change process, do the notification, and then come to the council for a zone review and approval, as I understand it. And if you're looking at the map, and I guess I'll look at the map, and I think I recommend the citizens look at the map too, because prior to being on the council in the Heights Task Force, we had several zone changes that we did not agree with, and the city didn't either, and they turned the zone changes down based upon whatever reason they changed at the time before I was on the council. But the use would now probably change it to what the council actually turned down, 4 or 5 years ago. So it appears to me like this is going to change zoning that was turned down years ago without notifying the nearby residents of this zone change. So in these areas where you're going to particularly change the zones, have you notified everyone around that area that's changing the zone, that this is the zone change that's going to happen, so they can have, you know, input into what's happening in their neighborhood like this, like where a normal zone change would require?
Okay, we did have this discussion with City Attorney Brent Brooks and County Attorney Gina LeBurc. And because this is an overhaul of the zoning code and a zoning map update, that individual notification to property owners was not required. Now, if you know of certain locations, and I think I've already made those changes to the ones that you pointed out to me on Covert and Cody up there in Meadowlark subdivision, those corrections have been made already. Many people don't realize that if the poly food basket burned down, they would never get another poly food basket unless they went through a zone change. Those are the types of neighborhood, for lack of a better word, we're right zoning it for the expectation of those neighborhoods. We're not going and saying, okay, Frank's Auto Body on Sharon Lane in a residential zone suddenly has to become conforming. No, it does not. It could stay non-conforming. So I don't think that we went, kind of wholesale through there and said, okay, everybody's becoming conforming because we're going to adjust the code for everybody. We looked at it based on that neighborhood, based on that character and the expectation of the neighborhood of what's there. Not that we're trying to, fix everybody's conforming issues with zoning. So yes, I've encouraged people for over 1.5 years to look at our online map and to let me know if we made a mistake. So I've collected those. We've updated the map over and over. Yes, there are probably a few errors still on that map. There are 64,000 parcels within the city of Billings. And we've done our best. And so I don't think that you'll find gross errors on that zoning map. Now the final maps are going to be on the education and outreach page of Project Recode. The side-by-side zoning comparison map is kind of out of date now. So you need to go to those PDFs of the zone map sections, and those were included with your work session memo. We could certainly print out some pieces of the map. If you have a specific concern or specific area you want to look at closely, we can certainly do that.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Mayor, quick follow-up.
Please.
Nicole, so the side-by-side comparison map is no longer updated? That was actually a really good map.
Right, because we ran out of budget to update the side-by-side comparison tool, but we have been working with County GIS to update the map that they help us with, and the one that goes on our public websites as the actual zoning map right now. So those PDFs that were attached to your staff report are also posted on the Project Recode education and outreach page as PDFs. So people can go in there and look at those.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Nicole before we open it up for public comment? For anybody who wants to call the phone number, 237-6196. Or who are present on our Zoom, for anybody who's been invited. Anything else for Nicole before we open up for public hearing? Okay, let's go to public hearing then for anybody who calls to 237-6196. While we are waiting for any phone calls, Nicole, do we have some steering committee members who've worked long and hard with us? We want to express our thank you to them and also give them an opportunity to comment if they would like to do so now.
Sure. And this is just public comment, not a public hearing, not adopting anything tonight. But certainly Greg McCall was put in a lot of hours. Woody Woods did as well. Daryl Tunnicliffe, Sean Brown and Mike Boyette obviously worked really hard on making sure the council's interests were represented. Even before Mr. Boyette was elected, he was certainly as part of the city zoning commission, working hard to make sure we got this zoning code right. So those folks for sure. And then of course our consultant team, Elizabeth Garvin, is joining us tonight, as well as Randy Hafer.
Thank you. Daryl, Woody, Greg, Elizabeth, if you'd like to comment, just go ahead and raise your hand and I'll recognize you. Don't feel any obligation, but you're welcome to. Woody.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the time that you're taking to look at the document that we're submitting to you, which we hope will be a guiding, not a guiding light, but at least, guiding Billings and the community in a better and more efficient way in the future. For myself, I've really enjoyed the knowledge that other people have given me through this process with Nicole and the planning staff and Elizabeth. We were given a ton of material to go through. We looked at a lot of things that other cities have done. We looked at what we felt would work and not work in our community and went forward with that. So I would just ask for your support as we move forward with Project Recode to help get this approved and see Billings move forward.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Randy, Daryl, Elizabeth, you name it. Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Can you guys hear me okay? I've been on headphones for quite a while, 4 hours and 8 minutes. It could go dead. I would really like to point out, and I think you've already heard it, Nicole knows her stuff. And we were very, very fortunate to have her and her magic decoder ring to carry us along these last many years through a code that was quite archaic and cumbersome and hard to work with. And it's from a developer's perspective to have a modernized code that it's like being given a whole new set of tools. And in the past, when we were trying to do some of our past developments, it was like we had a crescent wrench. It was okay, you could adjust it a little bit, but it still didn't work great for everything. It was, and now we have these selections of tools that we can use. And it's exciting. It's encouraging. The old way of doing things, just writing a PD because it was the only way to get a mixture of housing types, now is going to be more of a normal, and it's something our community desperately needs. So I'm very thankful to have had the opportunity to work on this for the last 3.5 years. They just flew by. It was so fun. Okay, it's like you tell a joke, but you're not sure you're really getting it, but then because you're all muted. Elizabeth, I know, yeah, we've had a good time. Okay, thank you. I really, really hope you look at this code in its entirety. We could pick it apart, but really it is meant to work as all together. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Anybody else with us who would like to comment? Daryl?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council, for taking the time to go through his volumes and volumes of information. I'd like to say that, we had committee meeting after committee meeting, and in virtually every one of those committees meetings, the public participated. We had public comment, and more importantly, the public attended these meetings. So this document wasn't created in a vacuum. It wasn't created by staff. It was created by staff, and again, I really applaud Elizabeth's efforts in providing global information. But to me, more importantly, it was a very open process, and the public did attend, and they did participate. So I think we've reached a very broad segment of our community, and I feel that's how the best decisions are made. So thank you all, and I appreciate your diligence in reviewing the documents. I think we'll all acknowledge, while this is a very good document, it's not a perfect document. It'll probably need to be tweaked as we begin using it, but it's an incredibly good start. And I hope you all will look at it in total and move it forward so we can move our community forward. Thank you all.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Denise, do we have anybody who's called that number 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I've had no calls.
Okay, thank you very much. Any last call from any of our steering committee meetings or members who'd like to comment before we close our public comment period? Sean Brown, Councilmember Brown, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to leave my camera on. Hopefully I stay connected. I've dropped off everything else tonight, so having some trouble with internet. But I'd just like to say this was an intense process. And I know you've heard that and heard that and heard that, but I happened to be on the sign committee, and I think my exact words were, well, this can't take more than a couple months. Not understanding all the sign issues and everything else. Yeah, it was intense, but I will say that, you know, a lot of the signage companies were involved. Community members were involved. So this, I absolutely agree with Daryl. This was in depth and a lot of input. The casino signs were kind of a biggie, but so were McDonald's and, you know, a lot of the others that were out there. So it's just amazing the process that went into this. So just know that I can tell you just about any question that you can come up with has been asked a dozen times already. So I'm pretty confident that there will be good answers for just about any question you can come up with. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anything else before we close our public comment period? Seeing none, public comment period then is concluded. I'd recommend to council that we move on so we can, for public comment on non-agenda items, so we can then move on to our executive session. But before we do so, yes, anything else from Nicole or members of the council before we do move to our next item? I see rounds of applause. So yes, thank you to Nicole, all of our planning staff and our consultants, and to all of our steering committee members and the members of the public who, as we heard, did come and participate in this process, which is not over. So don't go away. Well, you can go away now, but come back. All right, we'll consider that item wrapped up, and we'll move on then to council discussion. Any items of council discussion before we go to public comment on non-agenda items? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. We all know that the state has been working on 27th, and they put in all these handicapped access points along the street now that make it a lot easier for wheelchairs or whatever to be able to access. I was down at City Hall today, and I don't know who's responsible once the state plows 27th or whoever plows 27th, but there's no way a wheelchair is going to get on the sidewalk when they're crossing the street because that windrow of snow is still across that access. So who is responsible for that?
And here, can you clarify where the access is on the sidewalk or in the middle of the road going across the street?
They plowed the snow to the sides of the street. And so right where the rough part for the indicate for the canes for blind people when they're using their stick, there was just covered with snow. There's no way you're going to get a wheelchair or anybody that has problems walking are going to get across that windrow of snow. Somebody downtown has to be responsible, whether it's the state, the city, the DBA, whoever, for clearing those sidewalks off. They fixed the sidewalks now. Somebody's got to take care of keeping them clean and accessible.
Okay, thank you. I assume it's the state who does the plowing, but maybe there's more of the story. Chris Kukulski, do you have any comment on that?
I'll honestly have to circle back to know which is, say we've been working with the state for years. Generally, the sidewalks, they have effectively, if you're representing the state, put the responsibility of sidewalk plowing, maintenance onto the communities. But I'll have to work with Debbie. I don't know if Wyatt has any information. I see he just slid on. But that'd be the conversation I need to follow up with Frank and circle back to you.
Thank you. Wyeth, you did start your camera. Did you have a comment there?
Council members and mayor and yeah, with Chris, I would agree. We've been working with the state on this issue in a variety of areas where it's their roads and their corridors and the issues with them plowing the snow onto the sidewalks. It's been a code enforcement issue. We've been back and forth. So we'll have to follow up again as this winter starts. It doesn't go away. And they continue to have challenges with the way they do the plowing. It's different than the city, which usually brings it to the middle of the road, and then we don't have this sidewalk issue. So I can follow up from our end, but we'll have to visit, as Chris said, also with engineering and make sure, depending on where these locations are, that we know who's doing what.
Councilor Rewalt, follow up.
Mayor, is First Avenue North state also, or is that city? Or I mean, Third Avenue.
Councilmember Ewalt, Mayor and Council, I'll have to double check on Third. First is, but I have to double check on Third.
Because Third, it was the same problem on Third as it was on 27th. So there's a big issue. If they're going to go through all the work of making them handicap accessible, they got to get the snow out of there so it's handicap accessible.
Thank you, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. We have the same issue with the state plow on Main Street. It's the business owner's responsibility, property owner's responsibility. We've been told this for years, that they have to clear the sidewalk. So whether it's downtown or Main Street in the Heights, whoever plows, they have no responsibility to clear the sidewalks. It is the business owners or property owners that they have to do.
Thank you very much. Further items of discussion, Councilmember Yakowicz, then Councilmember Treaky.
Thank you, Honored Council, and thumbs up for Sean and Mike. Boy, thank you for your hard work. You make us proud. I do want to just throw out a theme of turning the corner. And I know that we are prayerful and thinking of others who are facing the virus, but I do want to ask or just get a report from Mr. Kukulski about the library, and that inevitably we will be moving around the corner. So I just want us to be looking that way rather than, we're here forever on Zoom. So I don't know if there's any update about the library, but leave it to you.
Mayor, Council, happy to give an update. Unfortunately, we are stuck in the same position. Literally, the equipment that can be installed has been installed, and we are waiting on a back order piece of equipment. We looked into, hey, can't we find a different supplier for that? So that has been asked, but it also creates, we've been told by the installers that could create some problems for us later of equipment that doesn't go with the full package. So we are pushing on them that we want to get it completed, and we want to be in a position where you have that choice. And right now we just don't have that because of the back order piece. That is the holdup exclusively.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then Councilmember Treaky.
Yeah, I wanted to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for asking Mr. Felton at the beginning of the meeting about, what we could be doing, what more we could be doing, especially in terms of finances. I know it's an extraordinary ask, but these are extraordinary times. I do know that Mr. Kukulski has been working with staff in terms of, and other members of the Unified Incident Command in order to try to get some more PR out there, some more messaging out there, and also that we'll be hearing some more about what we can do in terms of public safety. I don't necessarily want to create another meeting or anything like that at this point, but I do want to make sure that we keep this issue at the very forefront of our minds, because things are not going to get better before they get worse. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring it to the attention of council and see if they would be interested in some sort of a joint press release asking that the initiative of 190 and CI 118 that we encourage people to vote no for that, for the pure and simple fact that the U.S. attorney came out against it. I think law enforcement as a general has come out against it. Our Substance Connect people have come out against it. And I think it would be totally for the detriment for public safety for this to be adopted. I think there's a lot of false information that's been put out there from the North Fund and how money generated from recreational marijuana would assist in various programs. They cannot state how that money would be used because that's a legislative action. So I just wondered if there's any other members that would be willing. I've already written a letter to the editor. I saw that Mr. Yakowicz has written a letter to the editor, and I appreciate that. Whether or not there was a joint letter from, I think there's some, there was a press conference or something with law enforcement that Chief St. John was a part of. So I just think it's something that we do not want, not only in Billings, because where I was dealing now, we're still dealing with addiction, mental health issues, and I think that will increase it. The HIDA report, which is the high, I'll say it, so I say it right, the high intensity drug trafficking areas. They have an awesome report online for the Rocky Mountain area. And I know that federal law enforcements look at this. So anyway, I was just hoping that there would be more support from the city regarding that issue.
Okay, just procedure, a reminder that we can't take action tonight except to give direction to staff. And of course, it isn't on the agenda, but if you're just kind of taking a informal poll, I guess procedurally something could potentially go on to our next business meeting. We'd have to change that agenda, and that would be 1 week from today. And theoretically, a resolution or something like that could be passed at that time. We'd have to give notice to the public so that the public could come out and weigh in on that issue, of course. But rest of your council, it's yours for comment, or staff if I've got the procedure wrong. Council, other item, council members, Shaw, Neese, Ronnie.
Sure, this is short. No, I'm not interested in doing that. Thanks.
Neese, Councilmember Neese.
Yes, I would be interested in doing that. I think it supports the police and how they feel about that and how it'll impact our community. So there are a lot of organizations that are opposed to that. So I believe that that if we can, as a city council, come up with a resolution, I agree with Councilwoman Purington.
Councilmember Running.
Thank you. I would only agree to do something like that at a city level if we also came out against LR 130 and we also took a stand on every other initiative that's on the ballot. But if we're going to pick and choose initiatives that we're going to take a stance on as a city, then I think that needs to be full discussion on every one of those initiatives. But to pick and choose an initiative, I don't support that. But what I was going to give a comment on is I was going to encourage the public to make sure they vote. If they haven't received their ballot, to contact the Yellowstone County Elections Office. They can put their ballot in the mail, or they can drop their ballot off at the Yellowstone County Elections Office or at Metra. So just want to encourage citizens to vote because it's important and it's our civic duty, and just vote.
Okay, thank you very much. Other council members on that issue or anything else before we go to public comment on non-agenda items? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. You know, we've just gone through a public safety mill levy discussion, and it was very clear that we couldn't spend city resources to advocate for or against for that. As a council, where would we fall with advocating for or against an initiative? That's just a question. Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Brent Brooks, can you guide us there? No, we're catching you without a lot of advance warning.
There's Brent, though. I think he'll cover it straightforward because it's a money issue. So Brent, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor and Counsel and Chris, it is indeed primarily expenditure of money. That would be something that I would caution against, or at least be mindful of, and that is you cannot use public time, money, equipment, resources to advocate for or against a ballot issue or a candidate.
So Brent, that kind of begs the question. I'm plugged into the wall at City Hall here, and I'm using public electrons. That's about it, I think. And I guess the lighting here is also paid for by the city. So it's pretty hard to say we're not using some resources, even if they're, minuscule. How does that shake out? I'm confused.
Well, Your Honor and Counsel, as Councilwoman Joy just said, we covered that with memos. I'd be happy to resend that memo. And I think it's pretty black and white. If you're using a laptop of the city, if you're using city funds, obviously, if you're using other equipment that the city owns, then I think you probably are running afoul of what the statute at 2-2-121 of our code warrants. But I tell you what, let me do this. I will resend the memo that we sent out several months ago as the public safety mill levy was gathering momentum from both you folks and staff. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Other things before we move on, Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess this is back to Brent again. I would support that because I saw our police chief have an interview, I believe it was, and how he came out against that. So are you saying that could our police chief have done something inappropriate as far as talking about this? Can you explain how he can talk about it and we can't agree with him?
Your Honor and Councilmember Neese, the essence of it is using public time, resources, equipment. A person, just like all you folks, can articulate their personal political opinions without running afoul of the statute. And that's also mentioned not only in the memo that we sent out, but also in an Attorney General opinion that's referenced in the memo. So I would suggest I will resend that memo out. And if you have any questions, feel free to call me or email me individually, and I'd be happy to help.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we should move on to public comment on non-agenda items. That phone number, 237-6196. We'll now open the public comment on non-agenda items. The number 237-6196. If any members of the public would like to comment on anything that is not on the agenda tonight, you're welcome to do so. I'll ask you to keep your comments to less than 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. That phone number again, 237-6196. Because our meeting is ahead of what you are hearing, please turn off your television or your computer so you're not confused. Give us your name, keep your comments to less than 3 minutes. 237-6196. Denise, do we have anybody who has called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I have no callers.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we will close the public comment period on non-agenda items. And the only thing left on our public agenda is to adjourn. So we will do that. We do have a closed executive session. So members of the council, please stay on. Denise or Chris Kukulski, I assume we do not have to get back on, and that you just have a way to remove everybody else from the call if the council members just stay on. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Mr. James will join us now. And so just give me a couple minutes to make sure that everyone who needs to be